Mayor Owens,
Here.
Councilperson DeMonico,
Here.
Councilperson Lucido,
Here.
Councilperson Curley,
Here.
Councilperson Baker.
Here.
We're going to new business, and the purpose of this meeting is to do a discussion on the review of 2019 goals that we talked about, the priorities, and we're going to go over that, and then we're going to have a discussion on this year goals through council, and we're going to take some hearing of the public when you guys want to tell us some of the goals that you want to see council move forward with, and your ideas and your opinions as well. And also, we have some of the directors in the audience that want to let us know some of their goals and things like that for their department. So we're going to start with the review of 2019 priorities. We talked about the public safety campus complex. I know Councilman DeMonico talked about that. Community policing, the improvements in the park, economic development, mentoring, water in the parks. I believe Mayor Pro Tem Lucido been working on that, and the Parks Department Commission. The vision for 8 Mile and Gratiot. We have now we have Ms. Holman as our economic manager that will be working on those things. Memorial Park building renovation. We have started on that. To reduce rental percentage. We are working on that with the tax reversion homes. The neighborhood watch, we have started that with the director, Rohib, in the community. The DDA economic development, again, we have economic manager Holman, and I'm now the new chairperson of that. The pension funding options, we'll talk more about that with Mr. Blum, the director of finance. He's also been working on that. The vision for Kelly Road redevelopment, we have been talking about that as well, Ms. Holman. She has been added to that. The district court combination, I think we canceled that. We'll talk more about that. Animal control. We have hired animal control, Mr. Bryan. So we have done that. The Patriot Building, we have been using it for arts and cultural and diversity and other activities. The military museum property, we haven't decided what we're going to do with that, so we can discuss that as well. The police department building renovation, we have already started on that, pay for those things for the door safety for the judge, and we have blankets for the inmates. Also, additional qualified police officers, we are almost at our max, so we have done that. Addition to the parks, we are working on water fountains and basketball hoops. We have not finished that project, but we are working on that. Technological plan, paper reduction, we are working on that, and I believe Councilman DeMonico has found some different ideas for that as well. Council, do you guys want to talk about any of these priorities that we talked about in 2019?
I would like to start by talking about the public safety complex.
Okay.
I was just wondering if, in everyone's opinion, if this is something that maybe we should take off the list for right now, because I don't know if it's really necessary after speaking with the director of public safety.
I agree. I didn't agree with putting it on there before because we didn't have the funding for that.
What is I guess just my question is, what is eventually we might need, the management of the building might might be more of a cost than staying there, or is that not the case anymore? Because I thought we were kind of at least finding out more information. Can we expand a little on that, just to understand?
We've had numerous conversations about the building, and honestly, there hasn't been any monies invested in either the police or the fire department buildings in probably several years. And honestly, you just need, the parking's an issue at both places, but the staffing has depleted over the years. We're trying to slowly rebuild it, but I don't think we'll ever be at the same staffing levels we were several years ago. However, I think if we invest reasonably every year, X amount of dollars in both buildings, that should suffice for many years.
I mean, we spent $330,000 to put in AC at the court building.
Yes.
And then we just put in bulletproof glass, right, at the...
Yes.
And
And actually, the police department's starting to look good in there. It's just little things, changing carpeting, some paint, maybe some new bathrooms, some tile. We can get some cheap tiles, just little things that we're doing every day. We're getting a lot of compliments, so it works. It does. I mean, the thing with the public safety complex is just a matter of location, number one, where's that going to be? And two is the funding. Now, how is it going to be funded? And that could cost several $1 million. So, but actually, both departments, if we continue what we're doing, I think we're going to be in great shape for many years.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure we're not in a situation where we had, if I'm not mistaken, like, a flooded basement at our old city hall sort of thing. Yeah, so if, that all sounds good though, so.
Rest of the council, do you have anything to say on number 1 of the priorities?
On number 1, no. Nope, I'm good.
Okay, moving on to number 2, community policing. I think we talked about that earlier, late last year, and we talked about doing a community police officer. And I believe you found someone that would be good as a community police officer, I believe.
Well,
Director?
our community policing program, Mayor, is kind of interlinked with the Neighborhood Watch Group. It's not just a Neighborhood Watch, it's a Neighborhood Watch / public safety meeting. We're basically killing 2 birds with 1 stone. We're constantly engaging with our public. We're coming up with different programs with our public. We have 3 different Facebook pages. Again, constant communication with the public. And we're working on a number of programs this year to put on for our seniors and also our business community. So all that's coming together. It's working out well so far.
So we have the community policing, especially with the neighborhood watch, how you have it sectioned off with 2 police officers assigned to each section. So that is pretty
Yes,
much community policing.
Yes, we have officers assigned to certain sectors of the city. If there's any issues that are non-emergency in nature, they will contact their officers, their liaisons, and they work with them, and that's working out very well. We're doing home inspections, free home inspections, safety inspections, security inspections. That in itself is part of community policing. And the fire department had the fire detector CO2 blitz where they went to your home and they installed things like that. That's all part of community policing.
Okay, great. So we come, go ahead, sir.
Oh, sorry, I thought where you're getting at, Mayor, was a school resource officer too? What's update on that?
Our officer is in the school 2 hours, at least tries to be there at least 2 hours a day. Constant communication with the administration there, with the students, and if there's any issues at the school, he's on top of it.
Thought we budgeted like for a full-time, like, officer. He's only there 2 hours a day?
No, we talked about that the last budget. The funding wasn't there to pay the officer, so we agreed to put him in there 2 hours a day for no charge.
Yeah, because I think we budgeted half of it,
For half.
and then the school paid for half,
Yes.
and the school
It
said
was
no.
kind of a pilot thing to see how it was going this year. So at the end of the year, we'll evaluate it and see how we want to move forward with that.
Okay, yeah, because I think we talked about that with the school, and they said no, they didn't have any funding, so
Correct.
we working it out with the 2 hours a day, and it's been working.
So far, so good.
Okay, thank you. So we can say that's completed, and we are still working on actually having a police officer in the school. Right now, we're doing the 2 hours a day, see how that works, and we'll come back to that if we need to. Number 3 is the sparse park improvements. I know Mayor Pro Tem Lucido is with the parks.
So, yeah, I think that definitely now that we have a manager in the Parks Department, Mr. Marucci, he's definitely been keeping up on a lot of the small stuff in the parks that needs to be done, and not to mention spearheading bigger projects like Roxana Park and hopefully Guest Park. So, yeah, I think that we kind of do have someone overseeing that to make sure those things are done now. So I do think that those improvements are being made. I know some lights there's been lights put in the gazebos at like Spindler Park and things like that, so.
Did you want to speak on it a little bit?
Excuse me, I do, as Councilmember Lucido said, we've made quite a bit of improvements in the last year. One thing I want to bring to your attention, I think all of you know, we have 2 vacancies on the Parks Board. We need those filled, and we need them filled with good people, however you want to define that. We have 5 really good people, and we need 2 additional ones. So the master plan you'll be voting on tonight, that's going to be key for the future, obviously, but I think we've done more. Our parks were abandoned for pretty much 10 or 15 years, not because of lack of caring, lack of funds. And if it wasn't for Rare being around, we would have nothing. So thankfully, Rare kept us tided over. Now it's up to us to bring our parks back in. People in the Parks Board are very, very key, and they know how important this is. And this is a priority for the city because I think people move here. They don't move here for the police. They don't move here for the fire. They assume that. They move here for the parks or the schools. I believe that's why young families move in. So we have made this a priority. Adoption of the master plan, hopefully tonight. Rare has adopted last week, and so did the city of Roseville. This will allow us then, obviously, to seek funding opportunities both at the state level, nonprofit group level, and so forth.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for what you do. And next is the economic development mentoring. We just hired a economic manager. So did you want to talk about what you've done so far towards economic development? Ms. Holman?
Hi, I'm not sure what it was meant by mentoring, but it has been a busy 2 months, and we have a lot of fun projects going
Talk
on.
more on the mic, ma'am.
Sorry,
Thank you. Beautiful.
fun projects going on. So quickly, and probably don't mean to take away from Mary's thunder, but we have new retail going in at Kelly and Gratiot. I believe there's a plan submitted for a new fast food restaurant at 8 in Gratiot. We, of course, are working with the MEDC and the consultants on the Big Boy, proposed plans for the Big Boy restaurant. And then we'll be working on other plans for the, or working on a disposition plan for the tax reverted properties.
Ms. Van Haren, the director, did you want to add to that? Because I know you were here when we put this together in 2019.
Yeah, I guess the only addition I'll say is I think it was a great move of council's part to hire an economic development manager, and Kim has just been a huge asset since she started taking a lot of those projects that had, just gotten started perhaps and moving them forward just beautifully. The property she talked about on Kelly and 8 Mile, where they're looking at putting in fact, it'll be before the Planning Commission on Thursday, a new women's clothing store next to the Foot Locker, which will be, a nice little addition to that area and kind of spruce things up a bit. So, yeah, I think things are moving along well in that direction, and we've got some great, prospects on the horizon.
Okay, thank you so much. And congratulations on being a new grandmother.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trying to remember, did the mentoring mean something specific? I just don't
I
recall.
didn't remember
Okay.
putting the mentoring in there,
All right.
but I know we came a long way. We have the economic manager. I'm excited about that. She has done a lot since she's been on board. She's been working with the tax reversion property, going out in the community, talking to business owners and things like that. So she's doing a really good job. And also has been working with new development in the city of Eastpointe. So that lets me know we've been moving forward on these things. Water in the parks. So, Ms. Lucido, back to you.
In the recreation master plan and parks master plan, we do have to put in a splash pad at Kennedy Park. It's something that we had other priorities that had to be done first, but it is something that the Parks Commission is actively looking at.
Great. I know you wanted that, and a lot of people in the community wanted that, and I wanted it too. I'm excited about that. So we're working on that, and it's in the plan, so we're moving forward with that. Next, number 6 is the vision for 8 Mile and Gratiot. And I think you spoke a little bit about that, Ms. Holman, about the new development at the Big Boys. And, you had other ideas that you already had ongoing for 8 Mile and Gratiot, or that's just a new development with the Big Boys?
Yeah, so at this point, we're really kind of working on these things together, and we don't have anything in the works for 8 Mile and Gratiot right now, other than I did just have a developer interested the other day contact us coming to City Hall, interested in putting a fast food restaurant in the location on 8 Mile where there used to be an Arby's there years ago, and it was demolished, and the property owner there is looking at selling off some of the land, which I think would be fabulous, just to get some activity in that sector. And so that's the only thing that I know of that's in the works for that location.
Yeah, I think some of this probably, go ahead, Joseph.
Madam Mayor, respected council, MDOT is working on a construction plan to make or to eliminate the direct left turn from 8 Mile to Gratiot. So it will be a Michigan U-turn rather than a direct left turn. So they are making that improvement now. They are working on the construction plans now.
Because 8 Mile is supposed to be repaved also, right? I thought
Yeah.
it was supposed to even happen last year.
They are part of the 8 Mile, yes, they have plans to resurface that. I believe they have plans to do that this year.
Okay.
As you are aware, we are reconstructing the old 8 Mile this year.
Right, right.
MDOT is taking the plans day after tomorrow, that's on the 7th, for reconstruction of old 8 Mile from Beaconsfield to Vernier, and then also for Kelly, Horse to Norton.
Okay. Yeah, I think the left turn thing, yeah, that's a great, every day coming home from work, I just like cross my fingers. People are just like way after the light turns, they're still taking the left turn there, yeah. So that'll be a good improvement.
Now with the, what's that membership we joined, the 8 Mile,
Yeah, Boulevard Association.
the 8 Mile Association. Are you working with them? Okay, great. What about you, Ms. Van Haren?
I'm sorry, Mayor, on what project?
The 8 Mile Association that we are a member?
Oh, yeah, so Ms. Homan is heading up for the city on that board, so I haven't had any involvement yet, but I know she has.
Okay, thank you.
And I think,
Yes.
I think part of this too was when the RTA was up for a vote, they were considering trying to change how the buses work there too, because if you're going south there also, so north is bad when you see all the people turning left coming into Eastpointe, but then when you're going south, the lanes kind of shift, and there's a bus that's always stopped there, and it's, they were trying to maybe do something on the northeast corner there. So we were hoping maybe that would pan out, but of course the RTA millage didn't go through.
Ms. Lucido?
No, the only other thing I was talking about the 8 Mile Homeowners Boulevard Association, is I know at one time we talked about maybe trying to get like a uniform fence along 8 Mile, that were like, whether it was, the back of someone's yard or something to make it look, nicer. So that's something I'd probably be interested in, like, looking into in the future, maybe working with them to get something like that done, because I think it'd really improve the look of 8 Mile.
Would that be something to go towards the goals for this year? As far as,
To definitely talk to the association about it, yeah.
okay, so a fence, I'm gonna just write it down. Number 7, Memorial Park building renovation. That's you again, Ms. Lucido.
I think Mr. Marucci might have an update
Oh,
on
he's
that
up
for
there?
us.
Okay.
I do, and good news. We have, the design for the building is being done currently. It's been started probably 3 full weeks. This afternoon, by coincidence, we also took bids on the removal of asbestos from the building. The building is typical, it has some asbestos, but surprisingly, it doesn't have nearly as much as we thought. So that's gonna have to be cleaned up first. So what we'll do is we'll time it to where the asbestos is abated. My guess is, or what I'm told is 2 to 3 days work of asbestos, but windows have to come out, then we'll board it. But we're gonna time it very closely to when the actual renovation of the building occurs, so that way we don't have a boarded up building for a long period of time. The building's being emptied by both the school district and the East Detroit Tiger Cats, because they have a bunch of stuff in there. In order to do the renovation, they're gonna have to take that out. They've had a pod delivered there for delivery. I also told them, I said, use the dumpster for anything you need to get rid of. So that the building will be empty. My guess is it'll be another at least 30 to 45 days until the design is finalized, and then we'll go out to bid. So I told them, I said, let's plan for 2 things. I said, let's plan for a phase 1, which is strictly the kitchen area, but we're designing also the phase 2, which is the rest of the building. just want to see what prices come back at, because they may not be affordable to do the entire project, but we at least want to get one project done, which is the kitchen, which is what we tried to do last year. So, as you know, we've changed architects. We've gone to AEW, our engineers, and they're the ones who are doing the design. So we'll also bring the design back for review, or at least for consideration or input from both the Tiger Cats and the school. So nothing is really changing interior-wise. We are perhaps adding a bathroom here or whatever the case may be, but footprint's not changing, and quite a bit of exterior work too, because the problem is that building, I always say the building's about 6 inches too low, and it seems like the drainage is always backwards. So to change that, we literally have to remove all the patio area, lower it, and then drain away from it. Also part of the project is the re-roof of the pavilion, which sits about maybe 150 feet south, and a re-roof on the ticket booth in the entrance into the football field. Any questions?
And if council remembers, there is funding designated for this project. Not only the community center money, but there was money in the capital improvement fund that we closed out, moved into general fund at the end of last year. So there's about $400,000 in general fund designated for this specific project. And in addition, council had dedicated the antenna lease revenues towards capital projects, and that comes in at about $133,000 to $150,000 a year. So there is funding. I mean, obviously we gotta wait for the bid, but there should be enough funding to cover the project.
Okay. Thank you. Did you want to add to that, Ms. Lucido, or anything?
Nope.
Okay. Next is to reduce rental percentage. I think, go ahead, please.
Yeah, the only thing I can say to that is that there's nothing directly we can do to reduce the number of rental properties in the city. Through our tax reversion program, we're attempting not to increase those numbers, but I don't know what action we would take to directly reduce them. We're trying to keep them good control on them and have them certified and inspected and kept in good shape.
I think when we amended the tax reversion policy to make them first rights for the residents, I think we did touch on that, because that we're trying to make renters homeowners who live in the city, or also, who don't own homes. So I think we did touch on that.
Okay.
As far as making Eastpointe residents have first rights in our city-owned properties.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess to me, as long as what Ms. Van Haren said about just making sure the properties are nice, to me, it doesn't matter if it's a rental or a homeowner, as long as people are keeping up their property. That's
Yeah, but
my
we
personal thought, yeah.
Yeah, we want to reduce and make people homeowners. That's the American dream, to own your own home. Going to number 9 is Neighborhood Watch, and we started that. Director, I know you touched on it a lot. I don't want you to keep talking about the same thing, but you you developed it. It's been working and it's been successful.
It's been going very well. We have, I think at the last meeting, we had over 80 people there. We have monthly meetings. We try to bring in professional speakers at every meeting. We have our own Facebook page. And again, we're doing free home inspections. It's just nice meeting new people in the community. We're all working together, trying to identify certain crimes and trying to resolve them together. And that's the whole, the concept behind the Neighborhood Watch Group. And we also have the officers that are assigned to certain sectors in the city. And if there's any issues, the residents will contact them. And again, they're working together. So some of the block leaders that we have, they're starting to have their own special meetings at their home, and they're inviting the police officers over there, which is great. I want to see that continue. But we have a lot of things in the horizon for this group, and we're all very excited about it.
Great job. I want to add to the, this year's goal, in addition with the Neighborhood Watch, is a budget. 'Cause I know you talked about certain things that you wanted for the Neighborhood Watch to make it even more successful with, I think, badges, or what was the other things you were thinking about?
T-shirts. A lot of the residents want to do their own patrol, going up and down the streets. and not just patrolling for crime, but also looking for blight and reporting blight to their liaison. And that's one of the biggest things we've been discussing, the blight issues in the city. We want to formulate a group, that's next, a volunteer group where we can attack some of the blight issues. And also, we've been working on cross-training all our police officers to be able to deal with blight issues, to help out the building department.
Okay, because I think you were talking about also what a millage, not a millage, nobody wants to hear that, but for a mileage, as far as if people drive around or something like that, was you talking about something of that nature?
Yeah, we talked about that. I have to see what the legalities are
Okay.
about that, but a lot of people, they just want to volunteer their time right now. They don't want any compensation. They just want to, partner up with their neighbors and walk the streets and help us out.
Okay.
I think if we're endorsing the patrolling idea, I think I really strongly would like those people to come to like a council meeting and meet the city council, and
Yeah.
if we're gonna do that idea, we need to, of course, be, very.
Yeah, that would be the next phase of the program.
Yeah.
Now, it just started. I think we probably had 6 or 7 meetings, but everyone's been pretty much engaged. I'm very impressed with the turnouts we've been having and the communication, the dialogue going back and forth between the police and the residents.
And then probably some new signs, maybe?
Signs in the
Neighborhood
neighborhoods.
watch, 'cause I
Yes.
think the ones that we have are kind
Yep.
of old and
Yep.
30 years older, I believe.
Yep.
And, stickers on the doors,
Yep.
like Eastpointe had it years ago.
Absolutely.
Okay. Next is the DDA, Economic Development. Did you guys want to touch on that?
We had the first DDA meeting, that was January. And we're adjusting the schedule. We'll be meeting in March, and at that point, reviewing the budget to present to City Council. The DDA did approve the hanging flower baskets in the DDA zone again for this year. So that's in progress. And like I said, again, the big fun issue right now is the big boy. And we actually should be getting the market study back within the next week or two from the consultants. I did meet with one of our MEDC representatives who said that the next step is they will have an RFQ that will then go out to all the developers to see if there's some interest. The other sort of nice carrot is that we find a developer and there be a little shortage of funding, then MEDC gets involved, and they do sometimes close that gap on certain projects. So one of my former board members sits on that approval board, so we're hoping to keep your fingers crossed.
Can you let the residents know what would that development, what we talked about in the DDA, about the apartment buildings and things like that, so they can have some idea?
So, yes, the consultants, the architects, are proposing a 3-story building where take the big boy down, put up a 3-story building that would have unique retail on the first floor and then apartments up on the second floor. The building is both in an opportunity zone and CDBG eligible for funding, which means that it is attractive to developers in terms of the kind of financing that they can get, and if possible, maybe to the adjacent property. But it is an interesting process, and we're excited to see what they come up with in terms of ideas that then will go out to statewide developers to see if we can find somebody who's interested to purchase the property.
Thank you. Ms. Van Hare, did you have anything to add to that? Okay.
I just have one quick thing to
Yes.
add. And the DDA in this last year's talked about a facade improvement program, and I talked with the city manager about that recently too. I think just even a small one, and I think Mr. Marucci, I believe we started maybe some research on that, and various things happened and we didn't continue on it, but the DDA I know is interested in doing something like that, offering it in the DDA area, a match of 1,000, 2 or 3, something like that. There's probably a little bit of room, I think, unless Randy Blum starts shaking his head. A little bit of room to do something like that.
And I would like to see some more things in the DDA as far as, because I go down to other places and they have so many like sculptures, ice sculptures and things like that. More activities down here for people to do. So I'm looking into finding some resources so we can start coming downtown and having something to do in our city. So going to number 11, pension funding options. Mr. Blum.
Yes. The pension, well, if council remembers, over the past 14 months, you have approved an additional 2.6 million in contributions into the pension. That's the best way to fund it, is put the money in there. We have had numerous meetings with MERS to figure out a way to slow down their required funding. There really isn't an option at this point with the state guidelines and the pressure coming down from Lansing on getting the funding in place. They have recommended that the pension system be closed and all benefits be frozen. All of that would have to be negotiated, and I do not anticipate that freezing the pension is going to get approved. We may be able to close it for certain groups, which will help slow down the increase in the liability. What the problem we've been having is not the assets in the pension plan, it's the increasing in the liability. They just continue to grow, and we've got to come up with a way to slow that down. There's still the possibility of floating a pension bond. I wasn't a fan of it, but I'm liking it more and more as time goes by. And now that we're in a low interest rate period, it might be a good time to act. But that'll be, 12 months out before that happens if we decide to go ahead and do it. But there's not a lot of flexibility right now with the requirements in place from Lansing, and we're just going to see continued pressure on the additional funding towards the pension. So.
Sounds good. Council, any questions on that? Next is vision for Kelly Road redevelopment. Ms. Van Haren.
So the master plan that was adopted in the very beginning of 2019 had some recommended changes for properties along Kelly, believe between 8 Mile and 9 Mile on Kelly. And so we haven't implemented those as far as getting them included in our zoning ordinance, which would be the next step, so that you could actually build something that met the master plan. But our planning consultants have just finalized their review of the details of the master plan and the implementation of them into the zoning ordinance. So that really will be something that the planning commission will begin to work on and get those ordinance changes recommended to city council so that we can, start envisioning some new development on Kelly.
Sometime like at this year, some point?
Oh,
so we can-
certainly,
right?
yes.
Okay. Just making
Well,
sure.
talking about Kelly Road, talk about the city-owned building that we previously owned and what we're planning on doing with that.
So that building is in pretty rough condition. We have had the interior cleaned out, but there's severe roof leaks on the property, a huge buildup of mold, mildew. I won't even go in them because I have health issues with mold that I can be a wreck the rest of the day. There's some interest in them by Habitat for Humanity, and they had considered looking at possibly purchasing them for a resale, for their resale store. That's still in discussion phase, and I don't think there's not much, hasn't been much else interest in those properties from anyone other than that I'm aware of. They're not listed with the realtor either, though. So I mean that, I think that decision would come from the from the city whether or not we wanted to, make some repairs or just list it as it is, or continue working with Habitat and seeing if something happens on that.
That's a good idea, working with Habitat. Habitat has done a lot for Macomb County and Eastpointe,
Yeah, they sure have.
and then that creates jobs in the city of Eastpointe as well.
I think it'd be a neat location for that resale shop.
It would.
So. Oh, yeah, and they talked about putting their offices there because the location they're in now in Clinton Township is not going to be available to them very soon, and so they need to relocate offices. So it'd be a great spot for their offices, too.
Right.
Points open.
Yeah, yeah. But they also recognize there's a lot of work that has to be done to make those buildings occupiable or habitable.
Isn't that their shtick? That's
It is.
Right. But then at least we have a little bit control of who is bringing the business to Eastpointe. We know it's a nonprofit organization that helps people, so that's good.
Yes,
Good look
I
for it.
agree.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Van Haren, on that? You said what, ma'am?
I'm,
Can you, can you let us know that listing for the residents?
yeah, Madam Mayor, I can't think of the side street that it's adjacent to.
The address is 22201, and it's actually 6 units. It's the southern block. It's on the west side of Kelly, southern block, several blocks below English Gardens. It's the ones that look really bad. It's actually 6 individual storefronts. They don't connect, but Habitat is interested for their offices and for a restore. And, yeah, and it does have a lot of nice parking, and but yeah, there's huge holes in the roof.
Yeah. Okay, number 13 is the district court combination. I don't think they agree with that. Mr. Blunt?
Roseville will not even speak to us. Their judges do not want the combination to happen, and their council will not go against the judges, basically. We approached them multiple times, and they basically have refused to even meet. So I would consider this one dead.
Okay. On to the next one then. 14, animal control. We can talk to the director about that.
Yes, Mayor, our animal control program has virtually been, it's been turned around 180 degrees. I think it's one of the best programs in the county. It seems like we are now, the city of Eastpointe are the spokesperson for animal control issues. The news is constantly at the police department. They want to do stories. They were just here again today. They were here yesterday. We have hired a full-time officer. We have increased his duties and responsibilities. We changed we amended several ordinances that many cities want to mimic. We also obtained a kennel permit for our garages where we can keep animals up to 4 days there. We formulated a Facebook page. We're networking with other animal organizations. We're seeking grant opportunities. And we created a TNR program, so it's going very well. I can't complain. It was one of the biggest issues that I had coming in here, but now it's running very smooth.
Yeah, Madam Mayor.
Yes, sir.
If I can just add to that, yeah, amen to that whole thing. We've been getting a lot of press from local television about what we have done and what our options are and the restrictions are. So yeah, it's working really well.
That's pretty much exactly what I was going to say. I woke up this morning and then they're like, news in Eastpointe, whatever. I'm like, uh-oh, what happened? And then it was a very positive story about animal control.
it was.
I was like, all right.
It's a beautiful dog that they showed too.
Okay. Anything else on that topic? So I think that's somewhat completed. So I think we completed a lot of things on here. The Patriot Building. You want to talk about that, Ms. Lucido? Because I know you were.
Well, I think Mr. DeMonico was the one that originally brought up about leasing out or using the Patriot Building more. So,
Yeah, I know Ms. Van Haren even brought us a proposed agreement. Maybe we come back to that so that community groups could use the building and we're not just using it once in a while with the city. We could use it more often.
Yeah, I think it could be used more often, and the one thing that we'll bring back to City Council is a proposed fee schedule change that will incorporate some fees into being able to use that building, just so we get back, money that we may spend if we had to be there overtime or something, but to unlock and lock up the building or to clean it up if it required something special. So that's now being handled through Public Works, and they'll come forth with a fee or a fee schedule recommendation.
Yeah, I remember us talking about this, and we were stuck on certain groups, and we were kind of stuck on type of groups and didn't want to be a conflict of interest on certain things, so I think we still are working on that.
Well, and we did adopt a policy regarding the use of it,
Yeah.
so that's in place now.
Anything else?
What do you mean by that? I didn't think we,
We did. Yeah.
which,
I can't remember what
It was
you-
for community groups to use it?
Yes, yes.
We did not approve that.
Yeah, we identified not for private use, so not an individual couldn't rent it for a personal function, but it could be community partners, nonprofits like Rotary and Lions Club if they had a need for it, school districts, county governmental agencies.
No, we talked about that, but I don't remember. Okay.
We did actually adopt it.
I don't remember approving that either. Can you send that to us, all the council?
Certainly, I can get that to
Refresher, because I know we talked about it, but I don't remember.
the city manager who'll distribute it to all of you. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, sounds good. The military museum property. Ms. Van Haren, did you want to talk about the military museum property? I got nothing. Nothing? What about you, Mr. Blum? Anything on that property?
There's been no discussion with the museum on anything in probably a year, so.
Nobody has any new ideas to do anything, because I think we're only charging them $1, correct?
Right.
Okay,
Yeah, the rent's $1, then they have to pay for the utilities and maintenance.
okay. Okay, so we can, I guess nothing on that. 17, Police Department building renovation. I believe we started with the director with the door safety for the judge and blankets for inmates. I believe we have those things, the blankets. I know I would really push for that, because I know
Yeah,
we
they
didn't have
have
it.
blankets, solar blankets, They're very cheap, and we have less complaints now. They look like tinfoil, and then when they put them on it, they look like baked potatoes in the cells, but they keep them warm. So we have no complaints that it's cold anymore, so, but for 99 cents a blanket, it's worth it, so.
Yeah, I remember we did the walkthrough, and there was someone on the floor, and they were freezing, and I
Yep.
pushed for those blankets. I'm like,
Yeah, they have blankets now.
that's good. The door safety for the judge.
I know there's a door project, it's still in motion, it's been going on for several months.
Okay,
There's a lot of issues we've been trying to work out. I do not believe the project, I'm almost certain the project is not completed for the courts, because it's not completed for the police department,
okay,
but we are working on that.
okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I
Yes,
could,
sir.
I know that, I don't know where exactly they are in the completing the construction, but I do know that the inmates are no longer brought by the judge's chambers any longer. They are brought through a separate area, and that area is closed off. You need a fob to enter in past that security door where the entrance to the judge's chambers is. So
Yeah.
the inmates are no longer being, so, like I said, I don't know where they are as far as completion of the project, but it looks really good, and it's an improvement as far as safety goes.
Yeah, I know I pushed for that door, because when I was a bailiff with the sheriff's department, they had a division from the judge and the inmates, and I was wondering why that wasn't so. It was very dangerous. So I'm glad we were able to put that there.
Yeah, where the inmates or the prisoners are brought through now, they don't, there's a separate security door from where the court administrative staff is as well. So, yeah, there are several security doors that have been installed and they are operational.
Great. 18, additional qualified police officers. I believe we talked about that, Director.
Yes,
again?
yes, Mayor, right now we are budgeted this fiscal year for 44 police officers. We are currently at 40. We are hiring 2 February 10th. We have 2 more that are ready to go probably by the end of February. After that, the list will be exhausted. We changed our recruiting policies. We have worked with the school to make a recruitment VO, and now we are going to several police academies instead of Macomb, and we are advertising in various papers. So that's another goal is to enhance our recruitment process, not only for police but for fire, because right now it's very difficult to hire qualified people, period. And we just have to make it more exciting, more inviting, so we're doing our best. I think that's going very well, so.
Now, addition to that, for the 2020, I know I'm going back and forth with that, because when we talk about 2019 completing those goals, when you complete something, you add additional things, and I know we were talking about probably, well, it's just as a discussion, possibly paying somewhat towards the police academy.
Yes, maybe formulating some type of scholarship program. There's, the problem is, though, to attend a 16 or 17-week police academy, on average, it's costing for McCombs, it's about $6,500. It's a lot of money for, a young or youth, you want to call them, but it's expensive, especially you're not working that time. It's almost impossible to hold down a job when you're in the academy for 17 weeks, because it's nothing but studying. So that was something that we're trying to come up with different marketing strategies, and I think that would be a big one, by offering a scholarship to maybe 1 or 2 people a year.
Okay.
And I think that'll work very
Will we be doing
well.
those scholarships for anybody, or will we be offering those scholarships first to just say, for instance, the kids graduating from Eastpointe High School?
That would be something where we can formulate a committee, and we can come up with some rules how we would select. There's going to be it would have to be many provisions, like maybe a grade point average and something like that, or their involvement in the community, things of that nature. But that's something that we can discuss in the future, so we can draw some parameters how we want to select the person or persons to, who may qualify for this scholarship.
Okay.
Well,
Questions?
yeah, sure. While we're at it, what about the special assignments we've talked about, like auto theft?
The special assignments so far, the key is we have to be at maximum staffing, and right now we are not. However, we do have an officer. He is assigned to the Macomb Auto Theft Squad. He's been working there since October. That's working out very well. And he's investigating basically any type of auto theft in Eastpointe or any type of larceny from auto. He's investigating those complaints. He's doing very well. And we have the sergeant right now is assigned to narcotics. Right now he's answering all the narcotic complaints. 2 more officers are geared to go down there as soon as we have the proper staffing. And also 1 officer will be specifically working traffic. And my goal for next budget is to assign or see if we can hire an additional officer, because I'd like to have 2 police officers, 1 during the day, 1 working maybe a split shift, doing nothing but traffic, and start hitting these subdivisions. The biggest issue that we've been having here in Eastpointe since I've been here, number 1, I say it's blight. Number 2, it's the speeding vehicles in the subdivision, and it is absolutely true, and a lack of programs. So we're working on all these things, and I think we're making great progress. But the key is to have adequate staffing, and we are getting there slowly, but we're getting there.
Thank you. Any additional questions for the director? 19, we're almost there. Addition to the parks, water fountains and basketball hoops.
So I know that the Parks Committee has definitely talked about both of these items, and I know that, especially with water fountains, it's a priority for them. So I'm hoping that we might be able to get some water fountains installed this summer in the parks, because I do think it's important to have water available for, whoever's playing in the parks. And basketball hoops is in the master plan and is being looked at also.
I know Mr. Monaco wanted those basketball hoops.
Yeah.
Now, you gotta know how to play if you're gonna,
You don't think?
Yes, sir.
Who's on the Kelly Middle School team?
Can you, Mr.
Well,
Duchesne?
I'm finally talking, but these were goals that you all set last year, and Robin and I, neither one was here, but they're terrific. But I do have to speak to are we talking about a splash thing that for the water fountain?
Water fountains is for like drinking water fountains.
How about, have you ever thought about where the kids can go?
Yeah, we talked about
please-
that under 5.
Yeah, but let's talk about, you make 2 columns, and one side is no, the other side is yes. Let's forget about the no side and just talk about the yes for a minute. That it is a really big draw. If you go downtown Detroit before the water walk, is that what they call it?
So the river,
The Riverwalk, they have that there, and I'm telling you, there's a gazillion kids there, and I think that would really be great for our city.
So the Parks Committee, I know that they've had multiple members go to like different communities to
Yeah.
see their water parks. So they're actually, they've been actively looking at different designs and options and things like that. So it's definitely something that's in the works, and hopefully within a year, it'll be proposed to council, so.
Yeah, they were talking about a splash pad for the parks here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's in the works.
I would love that.
Then,
The basketball hoops, guys, folks, I lived through that. I've been here for almost 56 years. I would like to see them come back in full force. You know what? Again, you're going to have to forgive me because my nose is still bleeding. Ew. We have so many kids in our community now that want to play basketball, and when we have that type of recreation, we're going to get more families in here with that. But just to say, oh, they make too much noise. Well, you know, we can enforce that. You know, we have officers that drive around in the city. They can stop by every once in a while, and if it's out of hand, we stop it. But let's not talk about the negative part of it. Let's talk about the positive stuff that it can bring to our city, I think.
So, Councilman Curley, when it comes to the basketball hoops, the area they're actually proposing, because we know in the past that noise has been an issue
Yeah.
with the neighbors. So we're actually proposing that it's right off of 10 Mile, next to the dog park, between the dog park and the old, I think it was the old Knights of Columbus Hall there. So it'd be in between there. So it would have its own parking lot even, but it wouldn't be super close to residential homes.
So at Memorial Field.
Yes, at Memorial Field. So it wouldn't be super close to residential homes, so noise hopefully wouldn't be, you know, an issue, because, I mean, teenagers are gonna be playing basketball and they get loud, I mean, let's face it, so.
They've been talking about that. That was even before I got on Parks and Rec. That was a discussion, and it was just a matter of really where, instead
Right.
of can we do it or can we not, but it was a matter of where. So, yeah, it's
Right.
something that they're still moving forward with.
And it'll require some study, I understand that, but I don't think we should throw it out just because.
No, none of the parks things are being thrown
I
out.
don't, you should restrict the hours. I don't think I've ever been in a basketball game that I didn't yell and scream and, not four-letter words, just yelled and screamed.
okay,
Okay.
next one. Were you done, Councilman Curley?
What?
Were you done?
I was done, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Everybody's done with this subject? Go ahead. Okay. Number 20, the techno plan for paper reduction. Technological plan, I'm gonna look at Mr. DeMonico, because I know you're
I'm
in
always shooting
that.
ideas for it. I don't know if there was anything specific. I know we invested in a whole bunch of new BSNA modules, so that should help. But I think the one thing maybe that comes to mind, I think tech-wise, which we've already approved, were the code enforcement computers in the cars. I didn't know where that was at, but I think that would help a lot with the code enforcers. Because, well, I got to tell the one story that happened with me. We had demoed, well, I have a new garage. We demoed the old one, but we already had permits to demo it, and then I had received a violation notice saying there was a hole in the roof. But I already had the, had already gotten the demo permit. Well, the construction person did. So I think if they have the computers in their cars, be able to more easily check that and say, okay, well, they're already planning on demoing this. No point in giving a notice about the hole in the roof. Yeah, I don't know if you have an update.
Well, I was gonna ask, Ms. Doom, in other communities, did they have any other ideas for a reduction of paper?
I'll tell you, we've been talking about it for years, but it seems like we get to be more inundated every year with paper. I remember even 20 years ago, we said we'd go paperless. And between computer glitches, backup glitches, and now going on the cloud, people are too afraid to not have a paper trail or refer to the old backup that we're all used to. So we've talked about it, but in the end, I think our paper piles are getting larger. The only thing that we've done is, in other communities, is perhaps take a look at the length of time that we hold on to documents, physical documents before, well, of course, some we have to hold forever. But, doing the occasional purging every 10 years or 20 years when necessary. But our new computer age hasn't been all that good to us because we've lost a lot of data, assuming that we'll just keep it in a program, or the programs get outdated and they don't transfer properly to the new program. We thought once upon a time, for those of you who are a little older, we thought DOS was everything. And then we went from DOS to the Windows, and now we're from Windows to the cloud, and everything's supposed to be safe. So, long story short, we still have a lot of paper.
Yeah. We're getting there, though.
Yeah.
Get in there. I don't even remember putting this on here, but Mr. Cotton probably put it on here, or Mr. DeMonico, but I don't know. Now, I guess we can go into discussion on our 2020 goals. I don't know if you guys want to take a 5-10 minute break, or you want to continue? Because I know some of us have been here before 5. You want to take a 5 minute, or you want to
Sounds
continue?
like you do. I will. I'll grab some more coffee.
Okay, we're gonna do a 5, well, let's say 10, because it usually like a 10 to 15 minute break.
As I always say, Madam Mayor, take a 5-minute break and make sure you're back in 10 minutes.
Right, please do. Thank you.
There is
Right.
5 minutes.
Please step outside. Thank you very much. Thank you. We got it.
Sorry.
Thank you for that. We will be going to the discussion on the 2020 goals, and we have a lot of our directors who work for the city of Eastpointe. If you'd like to step up and let us know some of your goals, you want to start off with the library? I know you was like, not me.
Well, our main goal last year was we partnered with the Eastpointe Community Schools in order for every student in the school system to be able to use their student ID to access all the electronic sources we have at the library through our website. And this is like grade level reference sources, live online tutoring, homework help, and we got that done. So now in 2020, we want every school in Eastpointe to have it, whether they're a charter, private, parochial, whatever. But we wanted to get the biggest one done first, so we know the process. Also, we want to get the word out on everything else the library has to offer, which includes the Michigan Activity Pass through our website. You can get discounts or free tickets for museums, parks, other places. Now they have Go Library Card, where using your library card, you can get discounts for Fox Theater, Little Caesars Arena, selected Piston games, restaurants. So check out your library website. We're a lot more than just books now. And also, in 2020, we're not starting any other big projects because I will be retiring. And so we're just going to try to make that transition as smooth as possible. And there's a great staff there, so I'm sure it will. And after 27 years, I'll be going. But I am still a resident, and I will still be a friend of the library, so I'll be active with it. Any questions?
Congrats on retirement.
We good?
Anybody had any questions? Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Ms. Van Haren?
So as far as the building department goes, I would say that generally our goals are established at the beginning of the new budget year, and so I don't have a list of goals other than the ones that we went over earlier in the meeting, and we'll establish the new goals, because so many of them will be tied directly into the budget, and they'll be established with the assistance of the city manager and the rest of the department, so I don't have a list of them to go through.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Blum?
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council. The Finance Department, our goals are to continue to look at technological alternatives. We're still investigating a payment kiosk. We just haven't found one where the fees justify putting one in. But we investigate them as they become known to us. Additionally, the Michigan Indigent Defense Commission, which you are aware of, the next round of requirements will be kicking in where the city will be responsible for the whole process. And right now, a lot of the court-appointed attorney payment requests are done manually on a piece of paper that looks like it's from the 50s. Our goal is to turn it into a fillable Adobe file that they can access online, fill it out, submit it electronically, and just, that's one of the paper reductions we talked about. But the goal is to eliminate the amount of paper we have to handle and then get the process moving quicker. That can't happen till we're officially in charge of it, but that will be sometime next fiscal year when we do take control of that aspect of it. And those are the two main ones, other than just keep on doing the good job we do. So,
Okay. Any questions or? Director Abraham, did you have any goals?
Madam Mayor, respected council, I have a little long list if you may.
Go ahead. Sure.
I am Jose Abraham, Director of Department of Public Works.
Mr. Abraham, I'm sorry, excuse me. Can we do like a quick, just a quick overview? Because I know we want to.
Yes.
Okay, thank you,
Yeah.
sir.
Some of the major goals that we have set in consultation with our staffs are, one is the replacement of water main along Donald Avenue, which is already awarded, and then the work will be starting pretty soon, in about a week. The replace at least 66 lead service lines in the city every year. Get the construction plans prepared and take bids for the replacement of water main and lead service lines along the following streets: Saxony, 10 Mile to Ash, Normandy, Stevens to 9 Mile, Agnes, Beechwood to Hayes, and 9 Mile, West City Limit to Gratiot. Get the construction plans prepared and submit to MDOT for the modernization of traffic signals at 5 intersections along 10 Mile Road. Reconstruction of old 8 Mile Road from Beaconsfield to Vernier Road. Reconstruction of Kelly Road from House Road to Norton Road. Inspect, clean, and repair the catch basins after an interval of over 14 years. Start the water valve exercising program that was never done before. Replace the disrepaired sidewalks in the area from Boulder to Beaconsfield and also from Topher to 8 Mile under the sidewalk assessment program. Replace all incandescent bulbs at a DPW facility at 10 Mile Road with LED bulbs. Continue to replace the faded and damaged street name signs and traffic control signs in the city. Sweep all major streets and residential streets at least 3 times a year. Install lane marking on all major streets and streets around the schools in the city. Continue the removal of the dangerous trees in the city's right-of-way. Replace and upgrade all water supply equipment to manage the usage efficiently and streamline the water billing process. If the grant application to the Ralph Wilson Foundation is approved, then I would like to do a feasibility study to install bike lanes in the city to connect our city with the city of St. Clair Shores and city of Warren, and to connect to prominent locations. And review the crash data on Topher Drive and Stevens Drive, and if there are any head-on collisions during the past few years, submit an application for a federal grant to install rumble strips on Topher and then also on Stevens. So these are some of the major items, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, very good report. As all the directors. You had a question?
I do
Mr.
have one.
Abraham?
I do have one. Is there any way you can email that whole list to us?
Sure.
Thank you. I would appreciate that.
I can distribute the list now, ma'am.
Oh,
Yes,
that would be
please.
great. Yes, please.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, good.
Thank you. I'll take extra. I always need extra. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Then
Yeah,
we
the
have-
only thing I was gonna mention was the 2s and 3 Pacer Streets, but that's on our regular agenda, so I'm saving it till then.
That is beyond my control, now it is up to the
Yeah.
body.
Okay, thank you. Director Rohit, did you want to talk about your goals?
Well, Mayor, I have about 75 of them. Number one,
Just hold on, wait.
sorry.
Wait, Director, look, okay.
Just real brief, Mayor. Number one, in respect to the fire department, my main priority is to replace the aging ladder truck and also to enhance the recruiting process and continue the leadership classes for the firefighters. In respect to the police department, I would like to, again, enhance the recruiting process, maintain full staff levels so we can implement all these specialized units. And I would also like to formulate other programs such as a youth program and possibly a citizens academy. And there's many more, but I know we're running out of time.
Okay, can you email that to all of council as well?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Did I did I cover all the department heads? I think you did. Now it's your turn, council.
Mr. Marucci.
Oh, Mr. Marucci.
Last but not least, and I'm glad I didn't directly follow Director Abraham, because that would have been a hard act to follow. And I mean that sincerely. So we, as the Parks Commissioner, myself as the employee in the Parks Commission, have not met on goals. We plan to do this in the next several months, as soon as our next meeting, which is a week from tomorrow night. My guess is we'll do it over 2 meetings. We plan to submit those to the city manager, obviously, for inclusion in terms of the budget and the goal setting. But I'm not going to state the normal things like, oh, improve the parks. We know all that. So we're going to, we know there are probably some grant applications that we will be applying for, and they're long overdue. And that's the key thing. So and our general comment is we need to upgrade what we have. That's the common sense thing. But we did not list specific ones yet, but we will have those in writing to the city manager no later than our right after our March meeting, which is the second Wednesday to be done. So we obviously, we meet, I want to use this as a plug, second Wednesday of every month, 7 o'clock over at the Patriot Building is when we meet. So we encourage people to come watch us, give us ideas, suggestions. And the one thing I can tell you, this is a specific goal, because it really is to me, we'll be having an election next Wednesday at the Rear Board, and I'm one of the Rear members. And if I'm reappointed, I've already told them I would like to be chairman, and it appears that I don't have any opposition. But the one goal I do have specifically as for myself, and this I think will benefit, I know this will benefit the city, is a larger presence of Rare, but not just here, but in Roseville. I mean, people know about it, but they sort of don't know about it, and they don't really know what it does. I think we need to do more publicity for Rare, because we're the parks, but they're the recreation program, which are in our parks over at the Rare Building. So that will be, I would look at that as that will be a key item for myself, and hopefully the rest of the Rare Board. I believe it will be, but that is one specific goal that I do have. Any questions?
Actually, the guy, Rare just walked in. He went to the restroom, so I guess I'll ask him some of his goals.
Mr. Lipinski?
Mr. Lupinski, he just walked
He might be unprepared, and I only say that because obviously he came from the master plan. So if he's unprepared, don't hold it against him. It wasn't talked about, but yes. So good, Mr. Lipinski here, the executive director.
Okay. Well, maybe he's not, I'll just, 'cause he's really here for the master plan, like he's not ready to come in for the goals. Mr. Lupinski, hi. I know you're here probably for the master plan, but did you have any goals for Rare that people want, for this year that you want to talk about? Did you have any goals that you had prepared for Rare for 2020?
Wasn't prepared to talk about goals or anything like that. Kind of caught me off guard. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You just give us some of your ideas.
I mean, we're just basically, one of the main things I wanted to let the residents know is that the current spring-summer program just got mailed to the residents. So we want to make sure all the residents receive that. If they did not, please let us know so we can contact the post office for that. We do have a few new programs. I don't have everything in front of me right now, but
I do. Did you need it?
no, I don't need that. But besides this and some other program, we will be, we want to replace some equipment in the fitness room possibly. There's a, new digital sign, some other, as far as goals, like I said, you caught me off guard. I just walked in. But we are always, like at the last meeting, we had the public hearing for our Parks and Recreation Master Plan, mainly for the parks for the city of Eastpointe here. There's our programs, the facility that, we are in, have any budget for would be the rec center, but we do assist the park maintenance in the city of Eastpointe with facilities there too. So, any improvements that we can assist with, we're always willing to do so as long as we can afford it in the budget.
Well, can one of the goals be having a better speaker for when we have Christmas? Because I know we talked about that for the last 2 years. When we are outside on Christmas night, we have the event in Eastpointe. And,
PA system.
yeah, the PA system. Can we get a better one? Can that be one of the
Or
goals?
just non-wireless mic, I think will be good too.
Yeah, the PA system's fine. We just have to make sure that there, isn't interruption or interference in there. As far as the city of Eastpointe tree lighting, yeah, we should discuss that because, is that a rec authority event or is that a city of Eastpointe event?
Okay.
Those are the kind of things that I probably should be ironed out. The rec authority did agree to, coordinate the tree lighting and basically been paying for it the last 6-7 years when the rec authority was formed. But, like I said, is that a rec authority event or a city of Eastpointe event? Because we never had it in our budget, but we did agree to help out with that. So I think we've enhanced it a little bit since, we started with it. The PA system, like I said, that system, I believe, is for crowds of about 5,000 people. What was happening at the last one was the wireless mic. There was some, interference in between the mic and the receiver, and that's why that was cutting in and out. So if we just have a few other corded mics, I think it would be fine. Or just make sure that there's not the interference there.
Okay.
So, okay.
Well, thank you.
Anything else?
Not that I can think of.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, can I, if anyone didn't see their rare booklet, look in your East Sider. If you haven't read it, it's in there. At least mine was.
Yeah, mine was too. Council, did you want to talk about goals? We're starting with Councilman DeMonico.
Or I was wondering if Miss Doom had anything to add that we may have missed or anything, I guess, first, before we get into it.
Well, I'd first like to say thank you to our department heads for coming out tonight and being a part of this goal-setting session and giving a little bit of insight as to where they were in the 2019 year and where they'd like to go. As you know, we'll be going through the budget process shortly, and that's where we'll really flesh out goals and initiatives and opportunities for each department, balancing them with the, our funds that we have available. So what you heard tonight is just a sampling of departmental goals. There's quite a bit more coming. So I do appreciate everyone coming out today. Looking at some of the goals, I'd like to, as a fairly new city manager to Eastpointe, I'd like to know a little bit more about, of these goals, the 2019, what is important for council that they wish to carry over and have us continue working on, and then also setting new goals for 2020. Some of the areas that I feel that need to be looked at, and my assistant Brian and I have talked this over quite a bit, and we certainly know that positive news is extremely important for this city. We've been getting quite a bit of positive press. We want that to continue. We want Eastpointe to shine. We want people to know what we have to offer. Every community has its negative news and has its crime, but we have not been portrayed in the light that we should be, and that's going to be a very important goal, is that Eastpointe is here, we're open for business, we're family friendly, and we'd like to continue that message. And that message will come through, well, through the budget process. We'll bring this before you, some ideas that we have. Also, we've gotten a lot of feedback from our community members too, and they've been very generous in sharing their thoughts. And, we understand that there's improvements that need to be made to roads, to intersections, safety around 8 Mile Road. We'll do what we can to participate with the road work that's going to go on. I've heard from people who live along Kelly Road that would like to see that more beautified. I know there's a potential plan there. I'd like to really delve into that, into the 2020 year. And just overall, really bring Eastpointe back into focus as to where it should be as the great community it is. And so that'll be done through a number of initiatives. Now, Brian, you had one or two that you felt were important that you'd like to bring forth, and one came from the conference we just attended.
Well, I had a number of initiatives ranging from elections to IT to purchasing. Some of my goals are obviously to administer 3 successful elections, one of which would be a ranked choice voting election in August. IT, which is I think the one you're leaning towards, is, well, it's twofold. One may actually be a new audio-visual system here in the council chambers, but a second one would be some type of video, promotional video for the city of Eastpointe. At the conference Elke and I attended, we saw a number of communities that had very positive, favorable videos promoting their city, and I think that would be a really great way to potentially attract not only residents but employees and all different types of businesses to come in and do business and raise a family here in the city of Eastpointe. And then obviously purchasing is my kind of other element, so I'm hoping to maybe potentially revise the procurement ordinance here over the coming year. But the big one would be that video.
Yes, and to expound a little bit, we watched a number of videos of communities, and in this particular case, it was recruitment for the fire department. And they're out there on YouTube, and just a small video showing what the community's about, why you want to come here, actually having the fire staff be a part of this video. It's short, it's to the point, and it says, this is why you want to be here. And I myself, as a city manager, have seen many videos that have been made for potential city manager candidates where the employees actually make a video, and the council does too, saying, hey, take a look at us. We're a great community. You really want to be here, and we'll tell you why. And it doesn't have to be very long. So that really fired up our enthusiasm watching how other communities are recruiting for departments. And I sent to all of our mayor and our council an article about why we're just not getting people to come into the into local government, why that's starting to dwindle. And a lot of it now we have to be on top of our toes. We have to recruit. We have to find new ways to bring employees here and hire skilled people. And we're really excited about this. And this was all put on through the Michigan Municipal Executives Program. And one of the things we have heard repeatedly is we have difficulty recruiting for police departments, fire departments, finance departments. There's a whole array of difficulties that communities around the state are having recruiting from the private sector. And a lot of it has to do with the economy. We had a really bad economy, and most cities haven't bounced back from it. People have taken a lot of cuts, whether it's health insurance, whether it's retirement, or even pay cuts to keep their jobs going during the hardest times that we had here in Michigan. So we're back on the upswing, and we're looking for new ways to really recruit, and we'll be working with our departments on that.
Okay. Thank you. Touching back on that, with the 2019 priorities, is there anything on here that council wanted to add on or work more on for 2020?
Well, all I was going to say first, I think we all agreed. I think number 1 and number 13 we were slashing from the list, I guess first, but then I think if it wasn't complete, it seemed like we wanted to keep going on it, I think. I don't know if anyone else thought differently.
Well, the only other one was maybe like the military museum property right now.
Oh, sure,
Yeah.
yeah, we could
Take that off. And then, like you said, the ones that are completed,
Yeah,
we don't need to move forward with, but I think the rest of them, I agree. I would like to continue moving forward with whatever has not been completed.
yeah, I think we made notes on it, like the basketball hoops and things like that.
The
We
items
made
in the
notes
park,
in that. Yeah, I think we
the
made
vision
notes.
for 8 Mile, the vision for Kelly,
Right,
Kelly redevelopment.
To keep those on there.
to keep those on there, except the military museum.
So
and-
for my sake, if you would, please, number one, we're going to cross that off.
Yes,
And number two, cross off also?
Done, yeah.
Okay. Number three, continue, or do you feel that we're where we should be?
I think continue.
continue. We're always wanting
Continue?
improvements in the
Okay,
parks.
and number four,
We're still
we're
working,
done.
continue.
Yeah, continue.
Continue.
It's a
and
general.
water and
about the
parks,
mentoring,
naturally,
but-
we're gonna continue.
Continue.
And vision for 8 Mile Road,
Continue.
Want
All
to
right.
keep that.
and the renovation, continue.
Continue. Still
That's
working
well
on
on its way.
And, well, you know what, let's continue with number 8, because we're going to do what we can
Okay.
to help facilitate people buying their own homes and living here in the city.
All right?
Neighborhood Watch, do we feel we've accomplished our goals on Neighborhood Watch?
Well, I think director had more ideas, so I think continue with that also.
Continue. Okay, and number 10, DDA?
Continue.
All right, and 11 will, well, we're gonna continue with that.
Yeah, always continuing on that.
Yeah, and 12 to a vision for Kelly Road, we're going to continue because we're not done.
Yeah.
Animal control, District Court, we're gonna
Take
cross
that
that one
off.
off. And animal control will cross off,
Doing great.
okay?
Yep.
And the Patriot Building, do we still have more work that we need to do on the Patriot Building?
I think that was the community group.
Yeah, And the fee schedule.
Using
is-
it.
Second, yeah.
And so still keep that on?
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Follow up with us, yeah.
All right, Military Museum, we're going to take
Yeah,
that off
hold
the
right now.
table for now.
Yes.
And
I think 17's been completed.
we can take 17 off, and 18, I think we can
Off.
take that off.
Take that off.
And then we're still working a little bit on 19 for the water fountains, basketball hoops.
Yep.
And then
20.
we're gonna still keep that one on.
Yes.
Excellent, so we'll carry over
Well, that was
some of
easy.
these goals for continuation for 2020.
Yep.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. Again, starting with Councilman DeMonico.
Sure,
What are some of your
thanks.
ideas?
Thanks, Mayor. I think, I guess I'll just try and touch on the couple. I think I only have a couple left that we didn't discuss at some other point since 5:30. And I think, I guess they'd be, for you, Ms. Doom, I think kind of a manager thing. I think one, we're actually doing in the agenda today, we'll have our, we're receiving and filing the Johnson Street Water Main project. I like the, one-page final report after we're done with something. We see how much we budgeted or expected to spend, how much we actually spent, all that. Once something's completely done, that's a larger capital project. We've done some of those in the past, and I think we've missed some projects, so if we can start to do those again. And then we talked about, we had a social media policy brought up before, but it was essentially, it focused on residents. I think we need like a city-side one where we just talk about just some more administrative things, and maybe even Ms. Doom, if you just, I mean, it could be more of an administrative thing, but I think we need to make sure we have all our, I's dotted, T's crossed, so that we don't mess any of that up. And then I'd like to just see I don't know where to go, if we can just administer the website, post some more news on it. I think right now we've kind of just tried to add a couple things to the homepage. If we could just reorganize it a bit, have a news page where we keep adding things, we keep a history and all that. I think right now we're kind of deleting and adding things on the homepage as opposed to kind of more keeping a historical view so the residents can read a lot more about what's going on, and if we can post just more information on there. And we had an email, I think we do Constant Contact, we used to use that. If we can use that again, I think a lot of residents are signed up for that, and we just haven't sent emails lately on that. But besides that, I think that was, that was about, I think we've talked about pretty much everything else, or will be talking about it on the upcoming agenda.
Okay. I know we talked about the website and the social media, especially before, and I think our website is pretty old, so I agree with that. And updating the streets. Councilwoman?
I think that besides what we've already touched on here today, the rest is pretty much on our agenda, and that's coming up with a plan for our PACER rating 2 and 3 streets in the city. That and along with an ethics policy, which I believe is on our agenda also. So that's all
Okay.
The streets.
Said PACER ratings
a plan to get our roads done.
and is it ethics ordinance or something?
Ethics policy, yeah.
Councilman Baker?
Well, actually, most of the things that I had, like the other councilman members have said, they're either on the upcoming agenda or we've already kind of touched on things with the parks, public safety, roads. So I don't want to be redundant, so I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. Councilman Crowley, any?
Yeah, thank you. Two things, and Sarah brought it up already. Local streets is one of my the two most important things. You know, the governor said, what you say, you fix the darn roads.
Not exactly.
We got it, well, I'm not going to say what she really said. But seriously, we have to see how we can fix the roads in less than 20 years, in less than 5 years. And I'm talking every single street that needs repairing, whether it's asking the people for bonds. I don't know, but we've got to get it done. We've got to get it done, but there are some streets that day by day, and I don't even have to name the street, that you have to drive over by almost on top of the curb so you don't lose your car. So we really got serious with that. The other thing is street lighting. I can't tell you how many people came out of their porch when I was going door to door and said, you know, the light hasn't worked in 6 months, or when are we going to get that street light? We were promised 5 years ago to get it. So we need to have some way to go out and look, and whoever does that, maybe the professional lighting company, I don't know who does it, but there are streets, even though we don't want to admit it, there are streets in Eastpointe that need a street light, for sure. You can't sit down here and say, we don't have a problem whatsoever. We don't need any street lights, period. Well, we do. Where at, I don't know, but we need to find that out, and we need to do that quickly. That affects, those two things affects more people than probably anything else that we can talk about tonight. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Some of the things that I want to see in 2020, my ideas were to use the opportunity zones that we have in Eastpointe. I know Ms. Holman talked about that, and the opportunity zones help with developers coming to the city. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Holman. Help the developers come into the city, and I believe they get it's a 10-year tax. They don't have to pay for taxes for 10 years. So that is one thing that I learned about when I went to DC, and I actually talked to the administrator who was over the opportunity zones, and he taught me about it and how it can be a help for our city, and how as elected officials we can kind of administer the opportunity zones. So for instance, if a developer wants to use the big boys or something like that, in that agreement, we can put in there that they have to hire Eastpointe residents locally, so that can give more jobs into the city. So we can kind of administer it and put certain things and criteria in that, which I really like. So if a developer comes in and fixes up Eastpointe, they can provide jobs for the Eastpointe residents. Also, I want to do something to help reduce the speeding in Eastpointe. I know we talked about speed bumps. A lot of people on my street, which is on Petersburg, a lot of people don't try to get to Kelly Road, so they use my street to get to Kelly Road, and they speed. And I have 2 young children, and I know sometimes they don't slow down, and they hit that yield sign, and my kids play right there in the corner. So I'm really, really adamant about, and the little girl that plays with my kids stay on the corner. So it's really important for the police to figure out the high risk of speeding in certain areas and find a way to reduce speeding. In Eastpointe, maybe get officers there, and officers can't be everywhere, but in the highest areas, probably put some type of speed bumps there that can be moved in the wintertime so that the police and the fire can get there without any problems and things like that. I would like to look into that. Also, I always want to look into new housing for the veterans and the seniors and the disabled and how we can help them. So hopefully when we do that development at the big boys, maybe they can help with senior housing or things like that, and some of the housing for the veterans. And also, I would like to have some type of recreation center for our seniors. Everybody else has somewhere for the seniors to go. We don't. The seniors, I go to the senior housing. I think me and Mr. Curley went to go visit the seniors this weekend and for the snowball, and I had a ball with them. And it's just unfortunate that they don't have anywhere to go. And I really want to, we have a lot of seniors here in Eastpointe, and they don't have anywhere to go. Everybody can't go to Roseville and St. Clair Shores. People invest their tax money in Eastpointe, and I feel like they should have somewhere to go in the city that they pay taxes in. Also, I would like to see more murals and things like that, liven the city up more. I go everywhere else. Everybody's city is doing something, and I think me and Mayor Pro Tem Lucido talked about doing murals, and even if we had more images around the schools to liven up the schools and the concrete and finding grants and things like that. So when people come to our city, that they say that that's an awesome city to live in, and they're really into the arts. And also, I agree with Councilman Curley with better lighting. I think I talked about that earlier. Try to find out where these streets at that need better lighting. Even if you, the audience, are on your street, find out if you need more lighting. Email us, let us know, and help us out with that so we can put some more lights on the streets. It's a great way to keep you safe and the residents safe and things like that. Also, we're also working on a policy for the businesses, so these businesses can get cameras, So I think we have a lot of not a lot, but it's enough. If you have one crime, that's enough for me in my city. So if we have something going on, if a business does not have a camera, we don't know who did it. We can't find them. So we're working, I know Director, me and him talked about that before, about getting these businesses to get cameras. And I believe the more we have in our city, lighting, officers, cameras, it's going to deter a lot of people coming to our city because the increase in police officers, because they know when they come to Eastpointe, we're not playing. And also, next page. And also doing more with our city-owned properties. I really want to find out more about that. Also, the residents, if you didn't know, that we amended the policy that if you are Eastpointe resident or also work for Eastpointe, that you have first rights to the city-owned properties that we own. So I want you to know that. I believe that if you live in the city for 20 years and then the house next door to you is possibly for sale and we own it and you want to buy it, I feel like you should have that right, because I know being invested in your city, you're going to make sure the right person is staying next door to you. I want us to have somewhat control of who lives in our city and who comes in our city. And I feel like that as taxpayers and investors that you should have that. And I think so far so good on my end. Anything else? And so we are going to the hearing of the public, and we are talking about some of the goals that you may want to add to our vision for 2020, because we can't run the city without you, and you hired us, so we work for you. So we're opening up the hearing of the public now, and we would like to hear some of your ideas and goals for the city of Eastpointe. Please, when you come up to the mic, state your name and your residency.
My name is Shelley Crook.
And you have 3 minutes. Hold on one second, ma'am.
And actually, Madam Mayor, if I could, everyone, we're still on our previous meeting. I was just wondering if anyone wasn't sure. We had a goal-setting meeting first. Of course, our regular meeting usually starts at 7. But we're still on that one if anyone was unsure where we were. So we're on hearing of the public for that meeting.
I want to make sure. Okay, ma'am.
Hi. My name is Shelley Crook, C-R-O-O-K, 30-year resident. And I just have one comment regarding the Neighborhood Watch program that also was stated we were going to utilize our police to help with blight. That's not what I pay my taxes for. That's the code enforcement's job, not our police. that's going to be a total waste of time and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Mayor, my name is Aretha Smiley Council. I live at 24253 Brittany Avenue. I'm here tonight to bring before the mayor and the council a proposal for an ordinance in the city of Eastpointe. I'm being abused in my home by someone that's using illegal devices against me. They're hurting me on a daily basis. I've been in touch with police officers. I've also been communicating with the deputy chief. And my proposal, my ordinance proposal would be to allow law enforcement to have devices themselves to get the criminals. They need devices to get the criminals. Laser law, excuse me, I've been very ill. It's illegal to point a laser at an airplane, but not at a person. So that's part of the ordinance I would like to present to this council, to propose an ordinance. I believe Dearborn, Michigan has one, where it's illegal to point a device, a handheld device, at a person. We have something in the state, but no local ordinances. I plan on presenting this to my state rep. Please forgive me. I used to be very active politically, but because of my health, I shut down. I'm a former precinct delegate in Birmingham, Michigan. I worked as a UAW representative for the UAW. The former chief of police in Detroit, he knows me. I worked with Radio Patrol in Detroit. I had a nonprofit in Detroit. I had to shut down because of my health. Someone's trying to run me out of my home. All I've done is try to live peacefully and create beauty where I live. I love to garden. I need help. And the officers need some money and devices to catch the criminals. So if I may make a motion at this time, would you please consider that ordinance where they can get the money they need to get the tools that they need to catch the criminals. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, can you also leave your address with the director? Again, we are not in the regular council meeting. We are still in the special meeting, and we're talking about the 2020 goals that the residents would want to see in Eastpointe, and some of your ideas, please. How you doing, sir?
My name is Steven Silsavage. I'm an Eastpointe resident. I lived in Eastpointe for my whole life, for 30 years. I think the lead pipe replacement should be as a goal of the city more than a 20-year fix. And because I brought that up the first time I came here on the 17th of December, and I gave my phone number to like 3 different people that worked for the city that said they'd contact me, and no one's contacted me since. So, and then the second thing, you guys were speaking about encouraging developers to come into the city and give them a 10-year tax break. I don't know about anybody else's neighbors, but I mean, a developer could be a company that buys a bunch of houses and rent them out, because the house right next door to mine, in the last 30 years, probably 20 different families that live there. And out of them 20 families, I'm not saying everybody was a bad neighbor, because there's some neighbors we're still, family friends with, but there have been neighbors that there was like 8 young kids, and they were hopping in my yard and stealing firewood me and my dad cutting, and things like that. And there was no way to contact the management company because they were actually out of Germany. because I found it by finding them off of the water bill website. So, and that's it. That's all I have to say on the planning portion of the city council meeting.
Thank you, sir. And if you would like to talk to Kim Holman outside, you can better explain to him what an opportunity zone is, if you get a minute. She's right there, sir. Yes, sir.
Madam Mayor, Council, Harvey Creek resident of Eastpointe, 50-plus years. I know for a fact, I've come down here, as I said, I'm glad to see under new business, you're talking, it says sparse park improvements. Now, I don't know if that is, I apologize, I wasn't here apparently when you addressed it, but there's quite a few addresses that I wanted to make tonight, especially on the parks. And I come down to see if there's something that can be done about our parks, and especially in consideration that the city council has to make the divisions of the parks. The gentleman was up here, right here. He's the same thing about it. He addressed it. There has to be a division. Joe is here, and as I say, Tony is here. They both, at the meetings themselves, there has to be a division of what the Parks Department is and what the Recreations Department is because of funds and monies. And I've discussed, Tony has done our city some favors. He is head of the Recreation Committee. And as I said, if you read, I've got 3 different parks and recreation budgets here right now that have 3 different conclusions in them. And now, as I say, you're coming up tonight to vote on one? I don't think so. I say, I think you people better get down and do some serious work and see exactly what this is boiling down to. Because I said right here, as of, March 13th of 2019, just about a year ago, all I tried to do simply was get some shuffleboard courts put in our recreation department. I finally got one. Now there is a division of who maintains it, who does this, what are we going to do. In August, I was down there, and there was a misunderstanding because the floors were stripped, but the floors were stripped and redone so they couldn't make them right. Well, I went down there now, and we've got one court. And now, as I say, we've got 3 days to use it. Somewhere along the line,
30 seconds, sir.
okay, thank you. Somewhere along the line, there doesn't have to be a division. We have to work together, people. Our monies are both going in the same place. We have to come together and make sure it all gets done. If it's ours, let's do our part. If it's the Recreation Department, let's let them do it. Thank you. I've got a lot more to talk about, but I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. I'm want to talk to you about the lighting. You spoke about the children on the corners. I live on the corner near Tuscany and Veronica. It's a school bus stop. There's no lighting, and the cars are flying up and down the street. I literally, in the summertime, will sit in my truck, and I'll act like I'm pulling out to make a car slow down. There's not parents out there with some of these children. They're just, you know how kids run around? I've talked to a council person a couple times. I said, put a stop sign up, do something. Slow these people down. Put a police car at some of these. I mean, somebody's really going to get hit on this corner. It's already happened once, and I'd hate to see it happen again. And I think someone needs to take a look at it sooner than later. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Can you email us that area and then also the Director of Public Safety so we can look into that? Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else would like to talk about the goals and the visions for 2020 of this year?
How you doing, everybody? I'm Langston Moore, and I've only been in your city about 5 years, but I'm still in your city, and I love this city. excuse me, I heard the young lady say that it's not the cop's job, it's just the other guy's job, and it's the other guy's job. Honestly, if this is a city that you've been here 50 years, you must have been here 50 years for a reason. And I think you being here, the young man who just up here said he was here 50 years, you had to be here for a reason. So I'm only saying that is to say this. I think if we want to go forward in our future for yourselves, for your children, I think we have to be like a collective, a collective thing that we all stick together. No matter who you think should be in a position, who should not, or, none of that should matter, because at the end of the day, that house you live in, you want to protect it, you want to protect the people in it. And your neighbor might not be the person you want to be next to you. But don't piss that person off, because that's the person that, let's say while you're not home, you feel me, is going to watch your back. My wife always say, why are you so damn friendly to everybody? Because she's not a friendly person like that. But I am. No, I'm going to just be honest. You know what I'm saying? She's the type, she might just give you a head nod. But me, I'm like, hey, neighbor, what's going on? And you might be looking at me like, why is he talking to me? But that's just me, because I just want you to know when you walk out your house, I'm watching your back. And you may not like me just because of just who I am, but I still got your back, because we on the same block, we on the same street, in the same neighborhood, and I want to protect it too. You know what I mean? I have children who I love, and I'm pretty sure you have children or grandchildren who you love. So all I'm saying is, in this situation, let's go forth in some of the parks. Hey, let's stop, like bashing and who should be in charge. So some of this stuff we can do together on your own. You know what I mean? If the park needs something, we can get out there. Whoever knows how to build, let's get out there and I'll help you. I'm a chef, but you can show me what you need me to do and I'll get out there and help. It should be a team effort. If you know how to plant, show everybody else how to plant so we can get some things growing, instead of complaining about who job it and who isn't. You know what I mean? So let's just come together, and I think you might have a chance and a shot to, keep your city thriving. That's all I'm gonna have to say, and I love everybody in the building.
30 seconds. Thank you. Is that all? Please, sir, come and speak.
Hello, everybody. Mayor, council, all the residents, Patrick Biange, St. Clair Shores, 9 Mile and Mac area. State rep candidate, District 18, St. Clair Shores, and Eastpointe. Grew up in a family of 9 in Eastpointe on Roxana Street. My dad raised nine kids there. I'm the last of 9. I was there from 1966 when I was born to 1999 when I graduated from college in Oakland University. Let me take you back to 1979. I'm wearing my East Detroit 50th anniversary shirt.
Sir, excuse me, can you address the council, not the
Oh yeah, sure.
audience, please?
I'm wearing my 50th anniversary shirt. City of East Detroit, Michigan. It's blue with light blue and dark blue sleeves. I'm 79. It's 1979. I'm 13 years old. I'm sitting out in front, 22773 Roxana, right in front of our elm tree. And I'm getting ready to go down to walk down Roxana to Roxana Park and play a game of tackle football with all my friends from the area. Take you back where I am now. Well, let me go back to that. Beautiful summer days. I love summer. I can't wait till it comes again. But beautiful summer days in East Detroit, Eastpointe now. Now where I'm at now is. We need people. We need officials in the state senate and state rep that are going to help you out. We don't need people that are going to write a lot of bills and act like they're doing a lot of work when it's not tangibly helping you out. Or we don't need people that are in there that are just voting on an ideological vote of the platform, whether it's a union-related contract, whether it's for schools, for the MEA, for ASME. I mean, anyone can do that. We need someone in there that can change the culture, can motivate people in this city to all come together. This is a challenging city for law enforcement, for blight, for a lot of issues. Why? It's a thoroughfare. In St. Clair Shores, we're pinned against the lake. We got Harrison Township on one side. We got beautiful affluent Grosse Points on
30 seconds,
the other,
sir.
and it's very, very easy to take care of. But here it's challenging. It's a thoroughfare to Mount Clemens. You need someone that's going to help you out with the communities, with schools, with blights, the roads, and I can do that. You guys take care of your council manager, system to work all that. But I will work the funds, and I will, help you get to where you need to be fast, very, very
Your
fast.
time is up, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? While the hearing of the public is open to talk about the goals for 2020. Anyone else? Seeing none, the hearing of the public is closed. Now we're going to mayor and council reports, starting with Councilman Baker.
Actually, I have nothing for this portion. That's it.
Councilman Curley,
Nothing for this portion.
Councilwoman Lucido.
I just want to thank all the department heads for coming out and working on the goals with us tonight. And other than that, I don't have anything for this part of the meeting.
Councilman.
What Mayor Pro Tem Lucido said. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, I'm gonna tag on what she said too, so we can close out this part. And I want to thank again the directors for coming out and everybody who took a part in the goal setting. And again, if you have an additional goals that you want to put forth to council's ear, please email us and let us know, because it's important that what you say and how you feel is important to us, so we can find the resources to do the job that you need us to do. Seeing none, we are going to go into adjournment. Can I get a motion?
Motion to adjourn?
Support.
You have motion and support. Call the roll, please.
Councilman DeMonico,
Yes.
Councilperson Lucido,
Yes.
Councilperson Curley,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilperson Baker.
Yes.
The special meeting is closed. We are going to take a 10-minute recess for council, and we will come back to our regular scheduled program. Please, everyone, be seated. We are about to start the council meeting. Please. I call to order the Eastpointe City Council regular meeting Tuesday, February the 4th, 2020, agenda at 8 p.m. We will start with the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance the invocation will be by Sarah Lucido, Councilwoman Sarah Lucido, and then we'll go into the Pledge of Allegiance. Will everybody please stand?
Dear God, we are grateful for the many blessings you have given us. We ask for your guidance as we go about the business of the people of Eastpointe. Help us not to do anything out of selfish ambition or vanity, but rather develop grace and humility to regard the needs and desires of the residents as being more important than our own. Let us all use the gifts of our talents to make our community a better place. It is in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Also, at this time, if your cell phones are on, please put them on silent, please. If you have to have a conversation, we ask you to step outside and respect the order of the meeting. Thank you so much, and I'm glad to see a full house again. And if you have seating and you have your purse or a hat in your seat, please make room for those who are standing. Thank you very much. Also, can we go to the roll call, please?
Mayor Owens,
Here.
Councilperson DeMonico,
Here.
Councilperson Lucido,
Here.
Councilperson Curley,
Here.
Councilperson Baker.
Here.
Where we approve the agenda, we have some items that will be added and be removed. One of those items will be added will be the presentation with Habitat for Humanity and also Ford about the container homes. And then we also have a young lady, Ms. Stanley, who is actually a veteran advocate, and she will be speaking also right after. And the subtraction will be the closed session with the collective bargaining agreement. We will be doing that at our next session.
Madam Mayor, I would also motion to, we probably can do this now, to table the appointments until our next meeting because we received so many different applications to give us more time to review.
Any more additions or subtractions? Can I get a motion, please?
Well, what everyone said, I'll support.
Okay. Motion and support. Call the roll, please.
Councilperson Lucido?
Yes.
Councilperson DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilperson Curley?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes.
Councilperson Baker?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna go into the presentation. Please, Habitat and Ford, welcome. Sorry about the long wait, but I know it was worth it.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for inviting us, and we're very, very pleased to be here. So for those of you that may not know, Macomb County Habitat has been part of your community now for well over 25 years. We've built 15 homes in this community, and some of the folks in this room have been there for the ribbon cutting ceremonies, and I thank them for that. We are currently looking at, in collaboration with another group, purchasing more homes here and really having a strong, great relationship with this community. About a year ago, we received a wonderful opportunity to have 5 of Ford's 30 under 30 brightest and best come to Habitat and spend time with us. And they looked at all the things that we were doing really well, and then they looked at some of the things that we weren't doing very well. And one of the things they noticed right away was that while we were using HUD guidelines and we were able to sell homes to people really relatively inexpensively, most people still had to earn at least $24,000 and up in order to qualify for our program, and their credit scores had to be super good too. Well, you know, around 600 and up. And so what Ford pointed out to us was we weren't really meeting the needs of people who were maybe earning about $18,000 to about $23,000, and people whose credit was maybe a little blemished but needed some work. But they were good people and they needed an opportunity. And these people were veterans, they're seniors. And so they left us, we hugged, they said goodbye, they left us. And then all of a sudden we received notice that they had submitted a grant on our behalf. It was a competitive grant, and we, along with one other organization, were selected from across the country for this grant. So that was extremely exciting news to us. And what the proposal is, and they're going to tell you more about this, is to build 2 container homes in a community. So we invited the municipalities in this area to come to Habitat. We told them about it. Ford was there, did a great presentation, and different communities submitted their proposals. And out of all of those proposals, the one that was so well done, I mean, top of the line, that everybody voted yes to, was the Eastpointe proposal. So we thank you, first of all, for submitting that proposal. It was awesome. And so after reading that proposal, we said, okay, what can we do now? So we've been working with Eastpointe to bring to the commission, to bring to the council our ideas. And so I can't even tell you how humbled we are at Habitat to have a partner like Ford. You just can't even imagine how brilliant they are and what they can provide and the high standards they have. Even to come to this meeting, there was a lot of behind the scenes, you know, and they're here. So I want to thank the 3 folks here, and I would ask them to now come up here and show you, before you make any judgments, what they really have in mind. Okay? All right.
And Helen Hicks, thank you. She's the CEO of Habitat. Did I get that correct? The president and CEO. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Eric Hum. I work in the corporate strategy department at Ford Motor Company. You want to introduce yourselves? Yeah.
Lonnie Duffy. I'm an attorney for Ford Motor Credit Company, so I do consumer finance and corporate governance work.
Hello, everybody. My name is Weston Polizzi. I'm a buyer at Ford Motor Company in purchasing, so I'm the reason why your car is expensive or not expensive. So you can blame me.
Awesome, cool. So we're just going to quickly go through, hopefully, this project that we're really passionate about and we're really excited about, and hopefully it could bring some more affordable housing to Eastpointe. So first things first, I want to introduce to you the team. It's kind of hard to read here, but as you can see here, you have Lonnie, Weston, and myself, and me. Our tech specialist, Wesley, unfortunately isn't here, so you have some really technical details about different eligible into whatever. We unfortunately can't answer them right now, but he knows everything. We've put in a lot of hours trying to put this thing together, and we've been working really closely with the Eastpointe team as well as the Habitat for Humanity team to try to understand the needs of the community, the needs of the potential homeowners, just to try to make this project come through. So one of the biggest things with this project is we want to really serve the community. So Macomb County Habitat for Humanity has a vision where everyone has a decent, affordable place to live. And for a lot of families, homeownership tends to be the best way to live, right? 68% of families report an increase in income because you have stable work. Kids actually have a stable place to do homework and study. It really just helps benefit the families overall. You have this increased sense of stability and the sense of security where a lot of families actually say that they would actually sacrifice home size in order to have a stable housing with non-subsidized small monthly payments. And just in general, homeownership is just a good milestone for someone's economic and basic life, which is pretty cool. So overall, I think, let's see here. Yeah, so Habitat for Humanity does this really cool thing where we do give a hand up, not a hand out. So the homeowners actually purchase the home at the end of the process, and not only do they buy the home, they actually put in what they call sweat equity hours, where they actually go out and help build the homes themselves. So sometimes they'll be building their own homes, sometimes they'll be building the homes off fellow Habitat homeowners. So I think that was really cool. So historically, Habitat has built homes that are around 1,200 to 1,400 square feet. It's a nice big home, but big problem with these homes are they tend to be more expensive and could be anywhere from $100,000 to $140,000 just in pure cost alone. And that's sort of why we see this opportunity with this container home project, which could lower those costs.
So we applied for a grant through the Ford Fund to get money to build these container homes. And we wanted to work with Macomb County. I'm a Macomb County resident. I live in Sterling Heights. And I look around and I say, well, there's not a lot of new houses being built. There's not, a lot for people that are, new to home ownership or people that want to downsize their home. So part of the vision is to create different housing and smaller houses to meet different price points for different people. So, if you're coming right out of college or high school, or you're just starting your job, or maybe you're retiring and you don't need all that space, but you still want a home of your own property, your own land, I felt that it was very important, and so did my colleagues, to have that space just that's all your own, not something that you have to worry about a landlord coming in and evicting you or, moving around. So that was part of the motivation behind, looking at Macomb County in particular, was how do we get this new housing here in Macomb County? And like Eric and Helen said, we're very impressed with Eastpointe and how enthusiastic they were. And we're also impressed with the properties that they selected because they are in spaces that could use, development to put that on the taxpayer rolls. It's also part of our vision to use land differently, to use land that's not currently being used to put property on there, especially when we're looking more towards mobility and how do we effectively move people closer to where they work, where they play, and where they do the things that they love to do. Another part of this vision is creating a home that incorporates needs of not only the homeowner, but also the community. So we do want to hear from all of you about what you want to see with these container homes. We've come up with these concepts, which Weston will talk about, but we want your participation to know, what do you like? What don't you like? As well as we're looking for homeowners for these homes. do you know somebody that might be, interested in these particular homes, especially somebody that's currently renting that would like to have a home of their own in this community? And so looking at the, different opportunities, we think that this is a good thing for Eastpointe, and we're really, really excited about it.
Evening, everybody. So I have the fun task today to give you more information about the container home and show you some pictures. Here we go. So I want to underscore one point that we didn't get to today is the passion. Here we go. The passion of this team. Everyone, if you've heard Lonnie and Eric talk. Eric has been working with Habitat for many years. Lonnie has been working. We're both part of the 30 under 30. Sorry, the three of us are the 30 under 30 working with Habitat last year. I wish Wesley was here to show his passion. For me, this is a personal project. I've been a lifelong Macomb resident. My family has been in Macomb since they moved here from Sicily in the 50s. So I grew up 3 miles north of here. I currently live in St. Clair Shores, but my first house in Macomb County. So I am passionate about this project, as is everybody else. So I want to underscore that to make sure everyone understands that. So to the home itself. So we have two concepts, two designs. The first concept, we're just calling concept one at this point. This is the larger of our two concepts. It's approximately 600 square feet. Our target cost of getting this home built is $75,000. Another very important point is the build time of these homes. Traditional home is 8 to 12 months. Container homes 6 to 8 weeks. So that is very innovative and very, very quick to market. But what you get for that $75,000, 600 square feet, is still 2 full bedrooms, full kitchen, and a full bath. There we go. All right, so this is the first concept. So I wish I could say my house looked this cool. I can assure you it does not. But I love architecture. I'm not an architect by trade, but I do love architecture. And one thing I do love about this design is if you see up top, you see these skylights. These skylights give a distinctive design, of course, but they also allow natural light in, more so than a traditional home. So this is fantastic. A couple of things I want to point out about these designs. So these are fantastic model renderings. We are not technically savvy to do that. So what's one really cool point, especially if you're a car person like me, is the same people who are modeling, designing, and crafting our cars of tomorrow are helping us design these container homes. So I think it's very cool to say every one of these designs has a little bit of automotive influence in them, which is fantastic for where we live. So this is another side view of the first container home. And just keep in mind that as we continue and progress this project, these renderings will be refined, finishing changes as an example, we can change. So this is just going to give you a general rendering of what these homes will look like. And here is the floor plan. So again, this is approximately 600 square feet, but you have 2 full bedrooms, a study between both bedrooms, a full living room. So you see anywhere that's blue, that's the actual container. Areas, and I guess what you see is orange, is what we'll be building. We'll be building what is considered a breezeway between two. It's going to be an enclosed area, and in that enclosed area, you have a full living room, you have a full down dining room table, full kitchen, and a full bath, and even a patio. So that was the first concept. Now we're moving on to the second concept. This is a very important concept. This is smaller than the first one, approximately 400 square feet. And what that allows, though, the smaller footprint, is this is a more cost-efficient option. This home, our target cost is $50,000. And again, same 6 to 8 week build time. So this first bullet point is very important, and this is why we're here today. So this $50,000 home, that cost equates to $355 monthly housing cost budget. So that means a working family or a working individual with a tight budget is now able to entertain the option of owning a home for the first time in their life. That is an extremely powerful point. And that's why we are here today, standing in front of you, is because of that bullet point right there, trying to get us to that point in society. Again, but with that $50,000 home cost and that 400 square feet, you still get 2 full bedrooms, a full kitchen and a full bath. So this is the initial rendering of the second concept. So this is 2 containers side by side. I will get to the floor plan in the next couple of slides. This is the opposing side, and it's a nice sliding door right here. And here's the, so we have a nice little design element with, I'm not an architect, it's called a pergola. An overhang, nice design there, and you have a very good detailed overview of what the floor plan is. I'll get a bigger picture here soon, right here. So this, again, is the smaller 400 square foot home. Still has 2 bedrooms, kitchen and a bathroom, and 2 patios. I don't have 2 patios in my house. And this is really cool. Our studio team just sent us this, the designers. This is the second concept on the actual street in Eastpointe. So that is our presentation today.
I'll just add one thing. We are going to the Planning Commission meeting on Thursday, and we'll be available beforehand as well as after to answer questions and talk with folks too.
Yes. Thank you, Lonnie.
Council, did you have any questions for Ford or Ms. Hicks?
Yeah, on the first, the first one that you showed, that's how many square feet?
The first concept,
Yeah.
right here, this one, that is approximately 600 square feet.
And it's 2 containers?
Correct. So let me get to the floor plan.
And
So
what are the sizes of the 2 containers?
So up top, you have a 40-foot container, and bottom housing all plumbing, bath, and kitchen is 20.
Is what,
20 feet, 20. So up top is a 40, and the bottom is 20.
And if you use 2 containers, the square footage would increase to what?
So 40 by 8. So that's what the standard size of a container is 40 by 8 or 20 by 8. So you would gain that square footage by adding it. The problem with a container, it's not necessarily a problem, it's just the structural integrity. The more you cut into it, the more you lose the structural integrity. That's one thing to keep in mind, but you get that standard 40 by 80 square footage, the more containers you add, or 20 by 8, the more you add.
Yeah, we wanted to keep costs low by making, we wanted to keep costs low by limiting the number of containers. The more containers you add, of course, the more cost it adds. So using this 2 container concept, one 40-foot and one 20-foot, is what allows us to get within that $50,000, $75,000 cost range.
Yep. And the containers themselves are not cheap, especially new ones. They are relatively expensive. I shouldn't say relatively, they are expensive. So that's why a 40 and a 20 is more cost efficient, and you get the square footage through building the breezeway.
Other council members, any questions?
I was going to say thank you for coming out. I know a lot of residents have asked questions, so hopefully that answered a lot of them. If not, come out to planning again, and we'll, Planning Commission gets into more detail. And I appreciate it. I'm excited. I think the diversity of housing stock already in the city is nice. This will add more. Obviously, this is something that's interesting to people, and I think is good press for the city. And I'm excited about the prospect.
Yes.
I don't really have a question. Sorry.
I don't have anything else to add.
Well, I want to thank you for coming out and taking time to go to this meeting and also the public hearing. I think it's amazing. We will be the first city in Macomb County to do this. So that stands out for Eastpointe. It'll bring more people moving into the city of Eastpointe, millennials. And I also want to add that we wanted to put forth this whole agenda towards the veterans, correct? Did you want to speak on that, Ms. Hicks?
Well, we'd like at least one of the container homes to be dedicated to a veteran, because that's part of the Habitat Michigan, and our particular affiliate is a veteran affiliate. So they're very near and dear to our hearts, so we would like to help them as much as possible.
Okay, thank you so much.
I have another question.
Please, sir.
I have one more question. Can you go back to the picture of the concept one?
Yes.
Please? Okay, yeah, okay, the other one.
Yes.
There you go. the finished product still looks like a container. Is there,
Correct.
what would you do or what could you do to finish the outside with whatever so it doesn't look like a container?
Right, yeah, completely understand that's a concern. So, as an example, this first image, we put a facade of a stone facade. Having walked through the neighborhood, potentially brick could be a better facade. And there's nothing, and we could easily do the same thing, again, if it fits in our budget, do the same thing on this side. Whether it be brick, stone, wood, whatever it may be, yes, it's definitely something that is realistic as long as our budget allows for it. But understanding that is a pain point for the residents, I think that's something we'll definitely be keeping in mind. Again, these are the initial renderings. As we continue to engage with the city, engage with the residents, the neighbors in the neighborhood, and the homeowners, this design, at least the finishing, will be updated to allow that these homes are a part of the community. They stand out because what they represent, not necessarily what they look like, because we want them to make sure they blend in the neighborhood.
Yeah. Well, I would assume then if there was an agreement between the city and Ford Foundation, Habitat, that if the city said they would require whatever, then that would be negotiated with Habitat?
Yeah.
I mean, in other words, are you going to come in and say, I don't care what you say, Harvey, this is the way it's going to look?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
No.
We want input.
We need community input. Sorry if I came off wrong. We need help. We want this. We want the help from every stakeholder in Eastpointe.
Yeah.
Honestly. Yeah.
And if I were to travel, got in my car, and I wanted to see one of those, where would I go?
So right now in Metro Detroit, the two main ones, there's one in Royal Oak and I believe one in Ferndale. Those are they have significantly more containers on them. They're built for a different price point.
So you're not talking about the one in Royal Oak for $425,000, are you?
That's what I'm talking about. This is the first,
I mean, that doesn't look like $425,000.
Nope.
Yeah, that one I think used 9 container homes.
9 containers.
Or not homes. Yeah, 9 containers, which is.
The one in Royal Oak?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's why it's $425,000.
Yes. It's significantly more than what we have in here. Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Any other questions, council?
Could I just say one other thing, Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I think the biggest thing that the community might be worried about is how they ultimately look and fit into the neighborhood. That's something that we're very concerned about as well. So in the end, our finished, this is our basic rendering, but our finished product will hopefully meet those needs. Again, it's always about money. You know, we can do so much with a lot of money, but we're trying to keep the houses as affordable as possible. That was the whole point. Otherwise, we could just continue to renovate the homes that are in our neighborhoods, you know, and we've been doing that. You can see that we're a great partner. But this is something that meets a different need. And so if we can make them as attractive as possible, that's the way we would want to go.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you so much. We're going to go to the next presentation with Ms. Stanley.
Thank you.
Thank you. With Ms. Stanley. She's part of the, she's a veteran advocate, and she's going to introduce herself. Can we get the lights back on, please?
Yeah, Brian, it's the right one.
Please state your name and give us some information. Good evening. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me, Madam Mayor. My name is Tadzaya Stanley Lett. I am an honorably discharged United States Army veteran. I am currently a disabled veteran. And for the last 5 years, I've worked housing homeless veterans. I have actually housed 4 families in Eastpointe. I am not an Eastpointe resident. I live in Detroit. But I do service Washtenaw, Oakland, Macomb, Lapeer, and Wayne counties, also Monroe. So I am here just to give you an idea of the need for these homes. When we serve in the military, we don't come out with a lot of equity. We don't have a lot of possessions. We come out basically poor. So I know that the look of a container is really not what you want, but do you want the look of homeless people on your streets? I currently work for 211. I know the need. I work for the company that sends the people in your community to housing and homeless shelters, which you have very little of. There is a need for these homes. We come out of the service, we don't have a lot of transferable skills. We need low-cost housing to get a start, to get a basis. I'm not here to convince you to do this in your city. I'm telling you that there's a need. Michigan is not a vet-friendly state. Michigan does not have a lot of military bases, but we have a lot of veterans that come back home. They come home to low affordability for homes, lack of opportunities, because now we have to reinvent ourselves because the skills that we use in the military are not transferable to the civilian sector. So what I want you to take away from what I'm here telling you is that this is a great opportunity to help not only veterans, disabled veterans, but our senior population. A lot of these families are just dumping these seniors into homes and no one's checking on them. Or they're living in these huge homes that they can no longer maintain or afford. These homes are very, very disabled friendly. They are one floor. They are cost efficient. Gas and electric is low. You save all the way around. Yes, I know that the container is not the ideal home because we're used to different things, but the world is changing around us. Now, Eastpointe, do you want to be on the cutting edge or do you want to stay in the Stone Age? Things are changing around you. This could be a pilot. It could be a very good opportunity. There's only 2 homes. They're not asking to build thousands of them. See how it works. Give them a chance. I know there's a lot of naysayers, but there was a lot of naysayers when the internet came out, and I bet all y'all use it right now, don't you? Give it a chance. Give a veteran a chance. I've housed over 120 veterans. You have no idea how hard that is with the limited disability income, just like with our seniors. They are on fixed incomes. How can you get $800 a month and your rent is $850? How are you going to eat? I've referred so many people to Roseville for food pantries because now they can't pay their gas and electric or they can't eat. There should not be, especially for veterans, a fine line like that, or our seniors. You've worked all your life. You deserve some comfortability at the end of your road. And what I'm telling you is just give it a chance, see what they're proposing, take the 2 houses. There's still a lot of blight in this community. They're beautiful homes, they're less to maintain, and then with the smaller square footage, you can put more into a community and you have more constituents. So it's just a win-win situation if you guys give it a chance. I'm just asking because I know the need, I know the homeless population, and I know the struggles that our veterans have. Not all veterans are drug addicted or mentally unstable. I've housed more families because the husband lost their job. And just July to August, I was homeless. My father died. I had to bury him. I had no money. I'm living paycheck to paycheck. I don't have a drug problem. It happens. You just have to give new things a chance. And I think if you give it a chance and work with everyone on a design that you feel is acceptable for your community, because this is a beautiful community, I think that it would give an opportunity to people that don't have a lot of opportunities. And I want to close with saying, veterans sacrifice a lot. We come home, families are displaced. We come home, people have died. There's no more grandma and grandpa homes. So I'm just asking you to give a vet a chance, because if it wasn't for our vets, you wouldn't have Eastpointe. You wouldn't be able to afford the luxuries to say, I'm in a safe community. That's all I have for you. I thank you for your time, and I just implore you to please consider this. It's an awesome opportunity, and it will help a lot of families. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you again, Habitat and Ford, and also Ms. Stanley. And I always also want to say thank you for your service. You know, because again, for the veterans, I wouldn't be sitting here as well. So any veterans in the building, thank you. I know Mr. Curley was a veteran, so thank you for your service. If you like, you can go home now, and we'll see you. We'll see you Thursday. Thank you for waiting so long and being so patient, and for the information. And anyone in the audience, you can also see them I believe this Thursday. They'll be here for the hearing of the public. And now we're going to the hearing of the public. And this is a chance for you to have 3 minutes. You will come up to the podium, state your name and your residency. And I will let you know when you have 30 minutes left. 30 seconds left. Someone will actually love that.
Promise I'm not talking
30 minutes, yeah. Some people can talk that long, sorry. So, the first session of the hearing of the public is open.
Hi there. I'm Alyssa Diebold. I'm an Eastpointe resident and the current chair of the Arts and Cultural Diversity Commission here in the city. Over in the back corner where you can get your agendas is a yellow small flyer. The Arts and Cultural Diversity Commission is working on an event that is this Saturday here at City Hall. It's Saturday, February 8th, 1 to 3 p.m. We are doing African mask making coloring sheets. And we're also partnering with the Anton Art Center to do a really cool beading project, and they're bringing 12 African drums, and we're gonna do a drum circle in the lobby, and then we're having a bunch of community leaders do a reading of the I Have a Dream speech here in the council chambers. So please pick up a flyer, please come on Saturday, 1 to 3. That's it, thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Diebold. She has did a lot of work for the Arts Commission, and everyone else who's a part of the Arts Commission, they did a lot. Last year, they did something. They had a Facebook page where they featured a lot of people in the community for Black History Month, and they also added me to that. So I thank you for that. They did a lot of work, and hopefully going forward, we will see even more work they have done. So thank you for your work, okay, and also the rest of the commissions. Again, the hearing of the public is open. Anyone like to come up and speak? Yes, sir. Please, if you could have it, well, you have freedom of speech, of course, but if you could put some of your comments or concerns directed towards the city of Eastpointe.
Sure.
Okay,
Sure.
please.
Always. Thank you. Patrick Beyond, St. Clair Shores, candidate for State Rep 18. I'm sure William Clay Ford Sr. would be very proud. I'm sure William Clay Ford Jr. is proud. And the Ford Fund will get a lot of light and glamour shined upon it, and Habitat for Humanity Macomb as well. The first container homes were built out in California.
I'm gonna pause it, please. If you have to talk, can you please step out?
First container homes were built.
Hold on, sir. Now I'll add your time. You want to be respectful, so when everybody talks, we listen, because when you come up, we want to listen to you. Thank you.
Okay. First
Yes, sir.
container homes were built out in California. I'm an ex-officer. I was a captain in the military for eight years. I have a CDLA. I have a journeyman's license. I have all sorts of accolades. I used to drive those containers. So, yeah, they're cool. I think in Redondo Beach they built a seven container home. But like I said, everyone's going to be proud. No matter what happens. But again, let me go back to what I was saying. You can look at my information at Patrick Beyond on Twitter. You'll see WJR did videos of me, 3 of them. I would like to try out for the Lions 2020 spring training camp this year. I'm 53 years old. I run 10 miles a day, five days a week along Lakeshore Drive. Grosse Pointe police pull over all the time. Ask me where I get my psychological strength, how I can motivate them. It's just the way I am. Kids in their SUVs driving, in Grosse Pointe, St. Clair Shores, pull over. They do videos. They play Eye of the Tiger. Look me up on Facebook too. Patrick Beyond for State Senate, Patrick Beyond for Congress, Patrick Beyond for State Rep. All those pages, they're all cool. But what I'm telling you is that if you want to get the youth to respect you, because the days of, we live in an individualistic society, not a collective society. So in order to get the youth to respect their elders, you need to excite them. You need to show them the Xers, the generationers, the boomers, the silencers. You got to show them the piece of history. You got to show them you're cool. You got to show them what it was like then. And then you bring the social media, the tech with that now, and they understand what you live through, you will change the city. You'll change the complexion. It'll become a new theme. You can put up whatever kind of theme you
30
want
seconds, sir.
attached to it. You will bottleneck some of the thoroughfares. You'll create charm. You'll create your own identity. Much nicer than Grosse Pointe. Much nicer than Ferndale. You don't want to copy them. You'll create your own identity. We can do it all. We can do it. You got to trust me. You got to believe in me. We can do this. I'll bring a bunch of money here from the Senate to the state rep. They're going to do their job, and they're going to allocate that the way they want to. I'll give you some ideas of what I think will make the city charming, and we'll turn it around and bring it on a national level. Thank you very much, Patrick Bianch.
Thank you, sir. You can have a seat. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, thank you, Madam Mayor, for allowing me to come to the podium. Hello, City Council members. My name is Darius Marshall. It's been a couple weeks since I've been here, and it's good to see you back, Ms. Domenico. I hope I said your name right. I just want to give you a bit of good feedback, right? So you say you're looking for some good news. I'm actually learning to love this city more and more, I can tell you that, because I'm seeing the value of every aspect of the city, not only these meetings, but I just want to give a little praise report to the director over there who, the first time I came in a couple weeks ago, two meetings ago, he offered to give us a tour. I was sharing some personal matters at the time regarding my child. You missed out on that. But, and he so welcomed us in to get a tour of the police station. They've made some improvements. I see some things changing, and he allowed us to have that tour today. So we were very grateful for that. My son was like, he's a quiet, laid-back young man, but when he was done, he was beaming and happy that he had a chance to meet some police officers and everything. As far as what the city is doing, I love the direction. I would love to see you guys boost up innovation, especially in the school system, be able to push back on the Fraser school system. They have been considered A in their class, and it would be really nice if we challenged that and we brought in innovation, laptops, computers into our school system and brought the level of expectation up for our students. And as you're bringing in new students from out of the city, also making sure that we push that level onto them as well, that we want to see them excel and put a real dent in the upper suburbs, Birmingham, the higher suburbs where the real bigger impact, I guess, as far as money is concerned. But even though we're small, we're still powerful, and I like to have that impact in for Eastpointe. So I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Y'all tired of seeing my face, but I'm gonna go right after this. But I wanted to tell you, good job, everybody. And like she said, the city is going forward. Sometimes it's just hard to see with a little, as my man say, blight and debris. I don't mean just on the streets. I mean some situations we see in our city. You might think ugly of it, but it's a beautiful city. Now about those houses, when I first saw the house, I was just like, well, me and my wife trying to buy a home right now as we speak somewhere, another house somewhere in Eastpointe. And I was looking at it, I'm like, I don't think my wife will like her house looking like a big cart. But I'm pretty sure that they can probably, like he said, he can do something to probably make it look prettier. But I'm going to tell you right now, I'll go down some of these blocks. What block was I just going down? Oh, Jesus. It's not Cousins, but it's right around the corner. Right down Veronica, and you turn left on Topher, that next block over. And if you keep riding, it's like a couple of blocks we have in our neighborhood. Doesn't look as attractive as some other blocks in our, in our neighborhood. So what I'm saying is these two new homes that they want to bring in, I think would probably be awesome, and I think it would be cooler if it would be like a couple of them all in the same area where it's like like a community of those same things, so it won't look so weird. Like, you see my house, that house, and then you just see that sitting there and be like, what the hell? You know what I mean? So all I'm saying is I think that, two new homes or, innovation moving forward is always going to be good. And we have to do something for, like you said, the children and for the seniors, because I hear a lot about the seniors and the vets. But in saying that, no disrespect to the older ones and the vets, we have to look towards our young, because our young out here fooling, okay? So to get a grasp of our young, you have to kind of show them some love too. So in saying that, we probably need someone like the community, like the Boys and Girls Club, something like that, you know what I mean? Where the older could come hang out and the young, because there's a lot of mess going on right after school. I've seen the police having to be up here at the school every day to make sure kids don't get in trouble and fight. And to me, that's disturbing, because they could be spending their time somewhere else, fighting a real crime, but instead they have to protect a bunch of kids from fighting every day. So we need to, I'm sorry. So we need somewhere for these kids to go, probably after school, to use some of that energy, maybe some basketball courts, maybe tennis courts, something like that. And they can help the elderly, the ones we were speaking of on the vets. They can all be in one building, sharing stories on their time and getting hip on some young stuff, But all I'm saying is we need to stay together and go ahead and try to go forth with those homes. Come on, bring it in. Bring it in. Let Ford come show us the love. And thanks, everybody. Peace.
Anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Naylor, and I am a resident of Eastpointe for the last 6 years. But thinking about the homes, I'm also a licensed builder, so it was pretty exciting to see the conversion of a container to housing. And yes, we can do a lot on the exterior to make a better blend. But when you think about veterans, that's really passionate to me, especially female veterans, because they come home and sometimes, as she said, they're challenged with their families and the income that may follow them. So I would like to say, let's give it an opportunity. As a licensed builder and also the president of Association of Black Women in Construction, we believe that we can build these associations and start a footprint, and it can originate in Eastpointe. I think it would be very iconic that we started in Eastpointe and see something that can really impact our entire nation. I think that would be really great, because housing is a reality, that there's a housing need, as the veteran mentioned, and a lot of times they're not considered. So to try and get veterans in housing where they can have a $300, $400 ownership is kind of hard. So one of our initiatives, although most of our properties are in Detroit because we can get them kind of inexpensively, is we do turn them over to veterans so that families can be stable, and there's no more economic stability than housing. And if a container can bring that with the architecture flair of building, I think it's a great opportunity for our city to spearhead that.
Thank you, Ms. Naylor. I also see, just to put that out there, that you signed up for the Planning Commission, and you are a licensed builder in construction. So we'll be looking over that. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Madam Mayor and Council, Harvey Creech, resident of East Detroit, 50-plus years. There again, too, looking back into our new program, that's exactly what I want to call it, because I guess they call it our budget. And on page 31, it said right here, it's got Eastpointe residents. I wish I could put this on the board, because it's got right here, it's got a rundown of exactly what every department is. And on the bottom one, it's got East Detroit residents. It comes down, it's got mayor, city council, city manager, Parks and Recreation Board, 7 members. I don't even know how many members we're supposed to have on it now, 7, 9, because there's different numbers in here. And it's got board appoints. And I love it. It's got Parks and Recreation Director. We don't have a Parks and Recreation Director in Eastpointe. And I love it. The board appoints who? I'm just asking questions. This is what's going to come up tonight on our recreation and the rest of the stuff. These are questions. I've got many of them. But this wasn't taken out of there. This on page. Yeah. I can go through this whole thing that was supposed to have been gone through. That's what I said, to put it off. As I said, even right here, funding and budget. It's got right here, it says, where has it, excuse me, approved budget fiscal year of 19, 20, $2,300,570. Had established $1 mill, $1,418 based on the expense incurred by RARE. And it says the park's age having adequate resources to ensure that the equipment of the facilities are properly maintained will be critical. What equipment? As I said before, we've got two independent entities here, and yet we're talking about the same thing about we're joining together. We're not joining together. We haven't joined together. We have two entities here that are working against each other. It says supplies for what and whom. It says right here, Pacific Line items for playground and athletic supplies. $55,620 in a 2019 budget. For what? To the residents? I mean, we've got figures, we've got all this stuff. Yeah, as I say, all this stuff is in here, and it says moving forward, goals and objectives. It's just page after page after page. And they said, read it. I've read it twice. As I said, please, I know we have an upcoming, and I just talked to Sarah and the same, we have a vote coming down tonight. Please don't vote it in. This is not even close to what this city needs as far as action plan and objectives. Think about what I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Creech. You did 3 minutes exactly, Mr. Creech. Never done that before. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
My name is Greg Fleming, Eastpointe resident for 20 years. I used to be a frequent flyer here back 20 years ago when I was running for office and all that fun stuff. No political speeches here. I will say I love Felony Friday. Just a couple of points. I was watching the presentation here and some things came to mind. Big picture. Are these homes, have they been checked for safety? Tornadoes. I know we don't have a basement, so when those things get loose, it's going to send across the city and become a missile. It could be a problem. High water. Are we on a floodplain? We're looking to put these homes. Insulation. You know, these people are going to have to pay extra for insulation. So there's always little extras and things like that. I think we need to be thinking a little bit bigger on these container homes. I've seen these container homes. I saw a couple of them about 2 years ago down at the Belle Isle during one of the races that they had down there. You know, they have them too where they've converted them into jacuzzis, which is kind of a neat little thing, jacuzzi thing with a spa in there and etc. Once again, big picture. Are we going to be changing our ordinances to allow these things? And then somebody like, you know, myself who may have a big piece of property say, you know what, I want one of those container things with a jacuzzi and I want to put it in my backyard. You know, so these are things we need to think about as we're looking at. I've got some other other things here that I was looking at too. Based on the dollar amount that they were talking about, 400 square feet at about $50,000, that's $125 per square foot. A $75,000 reconfigured home at 1,100 square feet is $68 per square foot. Okay, so this is nice, new, neat little concept, but are we just trying to grab at the brass ring to try to do something different, innovative, and not looking at the bigger picture? I know that we can make these things look pretty and the whole 9 yards, but there are several other concerns that I have. I want to go to the planning, the planning meeting on Thursday and talk to them about that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming. Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Sylvia Moore. I'm a 20-year resident here at in Eastpointe. I was just talking to the group of people. One of the things that, as a residential builder with the state of Michigan, licensed for over 20 years, I have personally been approached starting about 2010, so 10 years ago, about partnering with someone to build these homes, and at that time I said no. I was approached 5 years ago with someone else to build these homes, and I'm like, yeah, no. But now that it's come to here, home, to Eastpointe, over the years with me not wanting to do them because it was such a new concept, it made me feel like the new concept of a cell phone when it was this big. if people got in it and invested in it when it was this big, now my grandchildren who are 1 and 2 have their own cell phones. If I was able to invest in Google when they were doing it in a garage, I would be wealthy. This is 10 years later for me personally, to where I've been asked and I said no because I didn't think that the concept was great. And now it's getting closer and closer, and it has hit home now. I have to recognize that the new thing that's going out there now are these container homes. I remember when people were building modular homes, when they were manufacturing the whole home, putting it on a flatbed, bringing it to a place and putting it together like a puzzle. At that time, a lot of people said modular homes is not built from the ground up. It's not built with putting, the regular footing in and then building a wall, building a wall, building a wall. It already come built, and then they already have the ground prepared for it, and they sit it right on top and bolt it in. People didn't think that was going to work, those modular homes. Well, they have modular home all over the place. People are building them. That is so old now. That's old news because people are living in these modular homes, and they have been doing it for 20 years, if not longer. I believe that if Eastpointe actually has been chosen because of a letter that was written to build these, I let them know that I would be on their team. I would volunteer. I volunteered for Habitat before. I did floorboards at someone's house that I would be on board for, because we shouldn't be left behind when something new is coming, and we have been chosen to be the first to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Moore. Also another resident and construction builder from Wayne State that has applied for our planning commission. Thank you. Got a lot of people that's volunteering, standing up. Anybody else would like to speak? Anyone else? Seeing none, the hearing of the public is closed. I'm going to the approval of the minutes.
Madam Secretary, I would move for the approval of the minutes for January 21st, 2020.
Support.
Moved and supported. Please call the roll.
Councilperson Curley,
Yes.
Councilperson Lucido,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilperson Baker,
Yes.
Councilperson DeMonico.
Yes.
Next item is scheduled hearings. For the public hearing for 2020 Community Development Block Grant Program, nonprofit request for funding. Yes, ma'am. Are you part of that program? Yes, please. I didn't know you were here. Please introduce yourself. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council persons. Thank you for inviting us tonight. My name is Ann Baichego. I'm from Turning Point, Macomb. We are requesting CDBG funds from Eastpointe this year. Turning Point is celebrating our 40th anniversary in 2020, and we are the only domestic violence sexual assault support organization in Macomb County. We offer a comprehensive array of services, including a 24/7 hotline, an emergency shelter, home-based community advocacy for residents who are leaving shelter, individual and group counseling, assistance with filing personal protection orders, legal advocacy, forensic nurse exams to survivors of sexual assault, and community prevention education. In fiscal year 2019, Turning Point provided to 33 Eastpointe resident survivors, including 11 adults and 21 children. We provided 957 bed nights of shelter for those fleeing violence in their homes. During those bed nights, it cost Turning Point approximately $67,000 to provide shelter, basic needs, meals, crisis intervention, case management, childcare, program advocacy, and support groups. Turning Point also provided additional services to Eastpointe residents, including 75 individuals were assisted in filing PPO orders, which are personal protection orders. Macomb County has piloted for the state a new program in which all personal protection orders have to be filed electronically. So we have an office in the court building downtown Mount Clemens where we have staff on hand who are helping folks fulfill those applications online. A lot of our folks come to us, they don't even have an email address, and you have to have an email address in order to file the PPO. So we're helping people set up email addresses, helping them file those personal protection orders, and in that office that we run, we have done 94% of all of the PPOs that are filed in Macomb County go through Turning Point's PPO office. 34 individuals from the city of Eastpointe also received counseling and advocacy services at Turning Point. 2 people received legal advocacy assistance. There were 9 sexual assault survivors from Eastpointe who received crisis intervention, information and referrals, and forensic nurse exams following a sexual assault. That includes 2 children, one of whom was 3 years old. We had 1 forensic nurse provide expert witness testimony at trial for one of those sexual assault survivors. And we had 100 callers identify themselves as Eastpointe residents who received assistance through our 24-hour hotline. We are respectfully requesting $12,500 from Eastpointe in CDBG funds, and with that money we will be able to subsidize approximately 500 nights of shelter at $25 per night to Eastpointe residents. I'll take any questions that you have.
Any questions, council?
No, thank you for what you do. I think we gave
It's a Turning Point several times.
Yes. Thank you for your
what
support.
you do. It's very important.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks for
you.
sticking around too. till now.
Anyone else would like to speak? Hi.
Good evening. My name is Karen Dombrowski-Curro, and I'm the director of the Interfaith Volunteer Caregivers Program. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity not only to ask for a portion of the CDBG funding that's available through the city of Eastpointe, but also just to bring awareness to our work in the community. We're always looking to make sure that people who need our help know about us and also to get volunteers involved in service. So I appreciate the opportunity to address the council and the whole city. The Interfaith Volunteer Caregivers Program has been providing help to older and disabled adults who are trying to stay in their own homes for as long as possible. We've been working in Macomb County for 27 years. Volunteers throughout the community provide a wide variety of services. A lot of what we do is transportation. We provide thousands of rides a year to doctor's appointments, help with grocery shopping, all sorts of things like that. We also have friendly visitors. It's surprising how many people in our communities are utterly alone, just isolated and need a friend to stop by or a phone call just to, to know that someone cares that they're around. We offer respite breaks for caregivers who are caring for someone 24/7 and need a little extra help. Just a few hours to get out of their house, maybe to get to the grocery store themselves, to get to their own doctor's appointments. In fiscal year 2019, we served 537 individuals and their families. We had 540 active volunteers, wonderful residents of the community, and we provided over 22,000 hours of direct service to people in need. What the CDBG funding allows us to do is to provide another category of our services, our minor home repairs, chores, and housekeeping help to keep people's homes in good shape in the community and to allow them to live safely in their own homes. If you are 80 years old and you use a walker, a simple task like changing the batteries in your smoke detector is just impossible for you. If you are disabled and you don't have home repair skills, putting in a new faucet, because the faucet that you have is spraying all over the place, is out of reach for you. The cost of professional labor might be, totally out of your budget. We have volunteers who can come in, do minor home repairs, help keep a house safe. Uncluttering, we get called in with groups of volunteers who will come in and remove fire hazards from someone's home who's collected too much stuff and needs to reduce the clutter. These are the types of things our volunteers do throughout the community, week in and week out. To date, we've served 151 residents of the city of Eastpointe, 12 last year. We are hoping and asking, and we've been very fortunate that the city of Eastpointe has provided CDBG funding 2 of the last 3 years for our chore and repair services, so we thank you very much for that. And we ask for support in the amount of $2,940. We would hope to be able to complete 35 separate chore projects throughout the city with that funding. Any questions about our work?
Yes, ma'am. I want to know, how do you reach out to the seniors for them to know about this information?
We reach out in such a number of ways. Most of the large organizations like the Area Agency on Aging, 1B, Macomb Community Action, all sorts of hospitals, service agencies, doctors' offices know about us. We probably have about 200 different referral sources. Word of mouth is the best, though. We do reach out because we're the Interfaith Volunteer Caregivers. You don't have to be part of any particular faith group to be involved with our work, but we do reach out through congregations of every different denomination. So we run ads in as many church bulletins as we can throughout the year. Every month we send out a little ad to 800 different congregations. So we try to reach out in any way that we can to let people know of services and also to recruit volunteers. And our volunteers, by the way, a question we often get asked is all of our volunteers are thoroughly vetted. We advertise in kind of a limited capacity to get volunteers. They all have a background check, 2 personal references. They go through an orientation training. We do 90-day quality assurance checks with all of our clients. So we try to keep make sure that we have a good pool of volunteers who are stepping forward to help those in need.
Okay, thank you for your service. Any questions? No questions, but if you had some extra ones, can you leave it out on the table just for a resident?
Yeah, sure will. Yeah, I have and I can get some more green brochures here to have at City Hall too, which might be helpful. Yeah, I'll drop some by.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. You were next. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Sadly, it's Maggie Barney's usually here. On my wife.
You?
Yeah, listen to this.
Hello, my name is Christina, and I'm the Finance Director at Maggie's Wigs for Kids of Michigan. I want to thank the Eastpointe City Council members for your past support of our program that provides custom-fitted wigs and support services to the children of Michigan at no cost to them or their families. You have all received an information packet with more information about our program, along with our grant request. Founded in 2003, we have helped over 4,700 children, and the need is great. When these children come in our doors, they're afraid to look us in the eye since they're embarrassed about their hair loss. But once they receive a wig, that all changes. Their boost of confidence that they receive after receiving that wig allows them to return to school, go to other activities with their family and friends. With the demand for our services increasing, we're excited to announce we will be opening a new wellness center this spring, 2020, and in the new center, we'll be able to double the amount of children we can serve and expand our programming to incorporate a nutrition and fitness center to address nutritional needs, oncology chair massages to promote health and well-being, nail services for when nails become brittle or discolored or break, facials and skincare to help the changes of skin as they go through their treatments, and an enchanted tea room where families can enjoy refreshments and snacks. And in the evenings, this tea room will be reserved for their end of chemo treatments and other life celebrations. And due to the children's health challenges, they cannot be around large groups of people, which limits their social activities. Our current and future facility is a controlled environment where they are safe to socialize without being exposed to the masses. Every room and furnishings is sanitized after each use, and these services are available to the children in your area. Over the last few years, we've helped about 10 children in your community, and this year we are respectively asking for $1,000 for a child in the coming year. We keep our requests conservative based on the amount of children we've seen in previous years and income levels, and we have already used this year's allocation for to Wigs for Kids for a child. We do ask if you ever know of a child in need of our services, please refer them to us. We help everyone, we charge nothing, and we turn no one away. You're welcome to share the packet of information that I gave you with your family, your friends, your local schools, or churches in your community. We can be reached at 586-772-6656 or at www.wigsforkids.org. That's what the number for. And on behalf of the kids, I'd like to thank you for your consideration and support. Do you have any questions?
Any questions? Well, thank you for what you do. I think we always give to Wigs for Kids.
Well, thank you.
Every time we get the CDBG funds, so thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You're welcome. And thank you for staying, all of you, for the public hearing. And if you have additional information, please leave it out. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nikki, and I work at Care House in Macomb County. I am a forensic interviewer and crisis counselor. Care House is a Macomb County Child Advocacy Center with our main office located in Mount Clemens and a satellite office located in Warren. Our services are focused on child victims of sexual abuse, physical abuse, and children who have witnessed a violent act, as well as their non-offending family members. Our goal is to minimize trauma for child victims of abuse and to help the child victim and non-offending family members through the investigation and prosecution phases and provide support to begin the healing process. Care House is one of 34 accredited child advocacy centers in Michigan, serving over 53 counties and one of over 800 in the United States. Who we collaborate with: all law enforcement jurisdictions in Macomb County, as well as the FBI, Homeland Security, and ICE, Children's Protective Services, the Macomb County Prosecutor's Office, medical and mental health professionals, and other child welfare agencies as determined by the case. I know how difficult it can be to talk about child sexual abuse. Unfortunately, that is a big part of the problem. We cannot wish away child sexual abuse or pretend that it doesn't exist. The truth is that at least 1 in 10 children will become victims of sexual abuse before they turn 18. More kids suffer from sexual abuse than from asthma and autism combined. Over 90% of child victims know their abuser. Those who molest children look and act just like everyone else. Abusers can be neighbors, friends, coaches, teachers, clergy, parents, and family members. They can be adults or children. They can be men or women. Kids come to Care House from every community in Macomb County and were spared the trauma of multiple interviews. After the forensic interview, Care House also offers follow-up support services for child victims and their parents, intervening to provide healing and helping families to cope with their emotional stress and trauma that is caused by not only the acts of abuse, but also the investigative process. These services include the following: crisis counselor, child safety assessments, access to forensic medical exams, parent and child support group, trauma-focused therapy sessions, family advocacy, referrals to other needed community services. As the designated counsel in Macomb County for the Michigan Children's Trust Fund, Care House also offers child abuse prevention information, education, and training for professionals in the community at large. Families are never charged for the services they receive at Care House, and we provide services for all referred children and their non-offending family members. Just a couple of statistics. Since our doors opened in 1996, we have conducted over 7,000 child forensic interviews, with 369 of those children residing in Eastpointe. In 2018, we provided 753 interviews, 58 of those children reside in Eastpointe. In 2019, We provided 757 forensic interviews. 48 of those children reside in Eastpointe. We received $9,000 in CDBG funding from the city of Eastpointe last year, which helped support 15 families. We depend on support from our community. We respectfully request your consideration for funding this year in the amount of $9,000, which will support services for 15 Eastpointe child victims and their families. For more information, you can visit our website at www.mccarehouse.org or follow us on Facebook. Can I answer any questions?
Any questions, council?
No questions.
Well, thank you. I
Thank
believe
you.
gave to Care House as well, and thank you for your service. I know that's a hard job.
Thank you.
Isn't
Thank you.
you still president, Frank? President of Care House is here.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Frank Accavetti, Chief Executive Officer and President of the Care House Board of Directors. Just wanted to thank you for the ongoing support that Eastpointe has provided for us since the days that Harvey was the mayor. It's great for Care House. It's great to allow us to provide the services we do to the children of Eastpointe. And I want to thank you again.
Thank you.
Thanks, Frank.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, the public hearing for the block grant is closed. On to unfinished business, the street funding options. Did you want, I think Mr. Blum?
What is this doing? Okay. There we go.
All right. So last meeting, we were discussing some options on what to do with the streets, specifically the Pacer 2 and 3 rated roads, which are the worst ones in the city. I was then directed to go back and look at some funding alternatives on how we can get these roads fixed quicker. First, you have to know what our current funding situation is. 70 cents of every dollar we receive goes to major streets. Only 30 cents goes to local streets. 80% of our streets are local streets. So there's a mismatch in how the funding comes in from the state of Michigan. We currently have about $700,000 a year available for construction projects, but that's only after we transfer $1 million from major streets into local streets. So in other words, if we didn't do that transfer, we'd be running a deficit in the local street funds every single year. We currently have 55.5 miles of Pacer 4 and 5 rated roads and just shy of 8 miles worth of Pacer 2 and 3 roads. The current needs to reconstruct Pacer 2 and 3 comes to almost $23 million. That would be the current need, and obviously it goes up every year we delay. We're looking at current funds and how to use them differently, and then we'll kind of look at a couple of other funding sources. Currently, we take the $700,000 a year that's available, and we are doing what we call miscellaneous street repairs. We go to the Pacer 4s and 5s, cut out sections that are bad, get those fixed to preserve those 4s and 5s so they don't become 2s and 3s. There was a conscious decision that we didn't have the money, and basically we wrote off 2s and 3s. I mean, that really was the only option with our funding source. The pros of doing nothing different is we don't need any additional funding. We will continue to maintain the 55 miles of the 4s and 5s, but obviously the 2s and 3s we don't touch, and they get worse. There was a discussion of resurfacing and using the $700,000 to resurface the 2s and 3s, which would be less expensive than the reconstruction. Again, a pro is we don't need any additional funding, and the worst streets in the city would be addressed. The cons of doing that is that the, hold on, I need my glasses for this. At $700,000 a year, it would take 8 years to resurface all 8 miles, because the current projection is $800,000 to resurface 1 mile worth of road. So it would take us 8 years to get everything resurfaced. In the meantime, we would do nothing on the 4s and 5s, and they would deteriorate potentially into 2s and 3s. The other thing is the DPW director had estimated it would be $800,000 to resurface that mile, and as indicated, that's $100,000 over what we have available currently. And the other unknown is the engineer's estimate for that same resurfacing was 3 times higher than the DPW director's. So it's somewhere between $800,000 and $2.4 million. The use of local street capital to do the reconstruction or use the $700,000 a year, no additional funding. It would take 33 years to reconstruct every Pacer 2 and 3 road at $700,000 a year. And of course, during those 33 years, the 4s and 5s go to crap. I mean, there's no other way around it. So some of the funding options, a direct special assessment. That is where you would rebuild the road, and you would then assess the property owners that have frontage along that road. The pros, we would not need it, the city wouldn't need any additional funding. We would still be able to maintain the 4s and 5s. The work could be completed within 3 to 4 years, and it doesn't actually take a vote of the people. It takes the Special Assessment Board and council action only. But I wouldn't want to live on a 2 and 3 if we're going to do this. As a homeowner, you would be burdened with the cost of reconstructing a road. You'd have unequal treatment between people depending on what road they happen to live on. If you live on Topher and you're getting federal funds to reconstruct your road, you don't pay a dime. If you happen to be on this 2 and 3, you get special assessed and you're charged for it. We did go back, there was an engineer's estimate on the reconstruction. We just grabbed Holland Avenue, Wilmont to Roslyn. The estimated reconstruction cost was $400,000. A 40-foot lot would be assessed $11,765, and that's before the engineering cost. And that would be a lien on the property. The other thing is, if the person then walked away from the house, a tax foreclosure would wipe out that lien, and the city would have to absorb that cost. We discussed bonding. If we did a $23 million bond, so we could do all 2s and 3s, the 20-year bond payment would be $1.7 million. Work could still be completed in 3 to 4 years. However, we only have $700,000 available to make that $1.7 million bond payment. So the general fund would have to come up with $1 million to subsidize street funds, of which general fund doesn't have $1 million to subsidize. The 4s and 5s also would not be maintained during that 20-year bond repayment process, and no other local street projects anywhere during that time frame. Then we took a look at, okay, what can we actually afford in a bond, which is $9.5 million. The annual payment would be the $700,000 that we have available. We could do that work in 2 years, but we would only reach 42% of the 2s and 3s, leaving another 58% untouched. And for 20 years, we would have no money to do any other project in the city on local streets. This is my Debbie Downer presentation. So, road millage, that is an option. It would take a vote of the people. We could go out and request that a millage be passed. The taxable value in Eastpointe, we don't have the final numbers. They won't be till mid-March, but it will be approximately $500 million in taxable value. It would take 4 mills to generate $2 million per year for roads. It would be a new funding source. We could continue to maintain the current $700,000 on the 4 and 5s, keep those maintained. The con is that it would take voter approval, and with cost of inflation, the reconstruction is going to take 12 to 13 years at $2 million a year to get all of those roads reconstructed. The other option is still, it's a debt, but it's also a millage. And this one is slightly different in that we would still go to the vote of the people to get this done, but the millage would be used to pay the debt payment and not be used to do construction projects. So we could borrow $23 million, do all of the projects, not immediately, but in a 4-year span, and then the millage would be used to pay that 20-year bond back.
How long?
Pardon me?
How long would we need the millage?
20 years, life of the bond. It would be considered a debt millage, and it would be levied at whatever millage rate we need to make the bond payment.
Okay.
Currently at the $1.7 million a year bond payment, we would need 3.4 mils to generate enough to pay the bonds back. And as the taxable value increased, the millage rate would actually decline because we would only assess the rate that we need to cover the 1.7. So slightly less than a 4 mil road millage. But again, it still takes a vote of the people. So if you guys have any other ideas, I'm welcome to hear them. And then just if any discussion, if you want to backtrack on any specific idea or slide, I can do that.
Well, I do have just a couple general, well, I think one idea, but a couple general comments. I know we mentioned the 4s in our motion, but not at all. I think after, driving around the city again, the 4s are in very good shape compared to any of the 2s or pretty much any of the 2s or 3s on this map. And I think continuing with our patchwork of the 700,000 we're doing a year, I think can keep those up to a respectable level. So I think that's good. I know you didn't include it, but some of these numbers are high enough without any 4s.
Yes.
And then my other, let's see. 1 second, sorry. I guess so then my one idea, the only thing I'm wondering is also after driving around some of these, I believe a couple of them seem like they're better than a 2 or 3 now. At this point, can we reassess now 2 years later all these roads? Because I was kind of surprised that a couple were 3s, and I think that'll save, I think it was 2 miles off. So what is that, like almost 6 million then? So that would affect the numbers a little bit, but I think maybe that would be helpful at this point. Other than that, I think we need to just sink in possibilities and, of course, see what residents think. But, yeah, that's my general thoughts.
So on here, you said that we always put $1 million from major streets every year to our
Correct.
local streets?
Yep.
So that's actually 1.7 million that we have to spend?
No, we need the 1 million transfer just to get the 700,000 available. We do not have enough money that comes in from the state for street funding. We joke around about it, but we barely get enough money to plow the streets. The way that the gas tax and the car registration works in Michigan, they do not provide you with the necessary funding at the local level. Their focus is on half of the money goes to the state of Michigan. They use it for interstates, the U.S. highways, and all of the M-designated roads like Gratiot. The money that comes to the local communities is geared towards the major streets. In our case, that is 9 Mile, Kelly, Beaconsfield, there's a couple, Hayes, and then a few other north-south roads. But that's how the funding is allocated, that's how it's been distributed. And they do not fund local streets at a state level. Part of it is when you build new, the builder does it, it's part of the purchase price of a new home, and then the streets are donated to the city. Nobody ever considers 50 years from now when you got to build a new one. And how are you gonna pay for it? And that's why they have street millages available, but you still need to get the residents to vote in favor of a street millage.
I'm sorry, I guess I'm a little confused on the part that you said we have $700,000 in local streets, but then you say $1 million is transferred from major streets.
Oops.
If we have 700,000 and then $1 million is transferred and you only, I'm not,
The 700,000, we have to transfer the million to make the 700,000 available. If we did not transfer $1 million from major to local, we would actually have a $300,000 deficit within the local street fund on an annual basis. So basically, the first 300,000 fills a hole, and then the other 700,000 is available for projects.
Mr. Blum, I'm sorry to
Yes.
interrupt. Can you just give like an example of what that 300,000 is used for?
Well, it's pothole patching, some of the miscellaneous repairs. We use it for catch basin repairs, so anytime a storm drain collapses, which there's a lot of those going on, it comes out of street funds. Any of the snow plowing activity that happens, that comes out of street funds. We get approximately $850,000 a year in local street money. We get around 2.5 million for major streets.
And actually, I wanted to clarify one of my comments. I do believe the streets were 3s 2 years ago, but the work we've done, I think, seemed like it made it more than a 3 to me. Obviously, I'm not a professional.
I wasn't aware we
And-
were doing anything on 3s, to tell you the truth. The focus was the 4s and the 5s.
Yeah, I didn't think we were either, but I think the ones that it seemed like work was done on were concrete, and maybe we just stayed away from the composite ones.
Oh,
Maybe.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we have not
We
done
didn't do
any of the
anything on the
composite
composite
ones because they would have to be a mill and resurface.
Yeah, so
Or
I-
reconstruct.
I think it was just concrete 3s that we did touch, and then a couple chunks, because a couple chunks of Topher have been done, and what is this, in Johnston.
Yeah.
And then we're planning on doing Old 8 Mile, so that takes away all those
Well,
roads
see,
from.
now Topher's major, Old 8 Mile is major, so that's coming out of a different bucket, which is actually in relatively good shape because most of the major road projects get federal funding. We are paying anywhere from 5 to 15% towards one of those projects, where local streets are 100% ours, unless we use CDBG funding, like the Johnston reconstruction.
I think we just need an update, I guess, of.
Yeah.
Just the 2s and 3s would be good enough at least to.
Actually,
know it's-
Mr. Marucci, you were part of the PACER rating. Do you know how often we do that? Is that a 5-year schedule?
It's strictly our option. We did it in July of 17, and then we did it in 2011.
Okay.
So we can do it every year if we want to. I believe that's truly a waste of money. But if we do it in 20 or 21, in July will be 3 years, and obviously, and we took advantage of SEMCOG paid for a portion of it, and they do
Correct.
that every January. So the next chance will be January of 21 if we want to go with that program.
Yeah, I don't know if I guess, I don't know what it'd cost, I guess, to do PACER rating just for these streets or something, or I don't know if even just DPW reviewing them again or something. I don't know if,
So you
if
can just-
council's-
You actually are certified to rate
Yeah, just
streets
the
if you're,
2s and 3s,
if you want to do it by PACER, and we could look just at a couple, that would probably be a couple hours. It took 2.5 days of driving to drive every street, which we have 100 miles of streets, and it took probably another 3 weeks to a month to complete the report. I think entirely it cost us about $25,000.
Okay.
now with the PACER rating 2s, what if we did the reconstruction for that and then the resurfacing for 3s? And then did a bond for the 4 million instead of 9 million?
We can run some
Just the
numbers on
idea,
that.
Just the idea,
Yeah.
because the 2 is about to be a 1, so, I mean, that needs to be done, immediately, but if we can maintain that 3 and do a resurfacing, so pretty much do half and half, reconstruct the 2 before it becomes a 1, and try to maintain that 3.
I'll go back and compile the numbers, and I can get that out to you in an email.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I mean, I think this is a lot of information. I think at this time, I'd really like to give the residents a chance to kind of voice their opinions to us, whether it be through email, or if they want to come to our next meeting. And I do think that we need to relook at the ones that were threes, because I do agree with Councilman DeMonico. I feel like some of them, the real bad areas have been replaced. So I think that maybe we, that might change some of these numbers a little bit too.
Well, we'll talk to the Director of Public Works. I think he probably did that a million times, but, and you said it cost how much to do that all over again, 25,000?
A complete pacer rating, yes.
I don't think we need to do a whole complete pacer rating, though.
No.
I don't think, yeah.
You know, maybe we just say, let's go do the 2s and 3s again and see what's changed.
Yeah.
Price on that, and also a price on if we do the reconstruction cost for the 2s, and then do a resurfacing for the 3s.
Okay.
Because I hate to resurface a 2. That doesn't really make.
It's a 2 for a reason.
Exactly. Thank you. Any other
No, just,
question, comments?
just pointed out earlier this evening, this is a monumental problem, and gosh, all we need is money.
That's why we need those container homes to bring in some money. Because I want to see what because I know the bond that you said for, I believe, $9 million.
It was a 9.5 was the example I used, but yes.
Okay, yeah, that example.
Yep,
So once that number changes, you can let us know how much we'll be paying per year.
sure.
That whole thing is gonna change. Thank you, sir.
All righty.
Thank you, sir.
Linda, yeah, can you put the screen up?
Oh,
Thank you.
we must be done.
Time to go home? No.
Okay, next. Getting started. Next item is reports from administration, starting with City Manager, Ms. Doon.
All right. Well, I would like to share that I spent several days in Gaylord at the Michigan Municipal Executives Conference, and no surprise here tonight, one of the biggest topics was roads. We had a legislative update where we understand that the governor is very concerned about the roads and wants to fix them, but those are not our local roads. Those are on us. And that's one of the biggest concerns that city managers have across the entire state is we don't have enough money to fix our roads. No community does. And so we heard a lot of nice fluffy talk about how they're going to be looking into it, and the governor's aware, and there's talk about how we're going to help local communities. But when it was all said and done, I didn't hear anything concrete that would really give us hope that we're going to get any type of help from the state. They're so focused on their major roads and interstates and rebuilding our crumbling bridges. We have some of the worst bridges, the most dangerous ones around. So, that's going to take quite a bit of their time. It's nice to know that it's on their radar and they're aware that we are all struggling with these high costs of reconstruction. But I don't see anything coming our way as far as relief. We're really on our own. And no one really gave any thought to this when they were building those roads all those years ago and those interstates. They put them down very quickly, but no one gave a lot of thought to what was going to happen when they wore out and they became, old and crumbly.
Can I
So, yes.
jump in on?
Sure, please.
So yeah, no relief to local
Local.
roads for sure with the new $3.5 million bond. But what was listed in her plan was a verbatim rebuild of I-94 from 8 Mile to 11 Mile in 2021, and then rehabilitation of 12 bridges over 94 between 8 and 11 Mile. Also 2020. I'd assume they do that at the same time, obviously.
Yeah.
And then I mentioned, I think earlier today, about 8 Mile. I thought it was supposed to be repaved last summer, at least according to some news articles I found, but maybe that then will be completed next year too, then maybe.
Well, it is good news for our area because money is being put into reconstruction of roads and bridges. And that's equally important to all of us because we do use the major roads to get around. But the local roads, we just don't have the help we could really use. A lot of what we discussed is a real concern to all of us, from diversifying your workforce, cybersecurity, which, the ransomware is on the rise, where they basically seize your systems, lock them up, and you can't get the key to unlock unless you pay. That's on the rise, and I did have a real good opportunity to meet many of our own city managers from this area. And we will be getting together on a regular basis, looking for ways that we can collaborate to strengthen our ties with the communities, knowing that we're all working towards the same goals. I do want to also share that thanks to Facebook, I was able to, from my hotel room, join into the Neighborhood Watch meeting. And there was a little blurb on there saying, if you're out there, please let us know you're online. So I did. So I got to watch it, and I really appreciate today's technology, because in the days past, I wouldn't have been able to do that. But and unfortunately, as I told the mayor, she had just turned around and walked away, so I hadn't heard what she had to say. But I'm sure it was very, very positive. Now I have some really good news for you all. We're always looking for funding. That's one of our goals, is as many grants as we can get and any funding sources. We have received community block grant funding for Getz Park in the amount of $227,000. So, Mr. Marucci, have you fallen asleep over there, sir? Okay.
We just can't see him.
I didn't see you over there. I thought we lost you.
I was just
It is
so
getting
shocked
late.
at hearing that no, I did not fall asleep. I was just sitting back.
But I want to thank you for your efforts on this. It's always wonderful when we're able to obtain funds to improve our community and through grant funds. So kudos to you, sir.
Here, here.
He's really worked very hard.
Good job.
Yeah. And I have one other.
Okay.
Our Public Works Director, Mr. Abraham, has informed me that the application we submitted for a federal grant to modernize traffic signals along 10 Mile has been approved for the amount of $600,000. So
10
thanks to
Mile.
Mr. Abraham,
So he wasn't I thought we were talking about 9 Mile
Yeah.
earlier, so now also 10 Mile.
10 Mile in the amount of
Okay, this is new to me.
$600,000.
So is that both 9 Mile and 10 Mile?
So I just,
Yeah.
want you to be aware of how hard our department heads are working together to obtain all the funding we possibly can. So we really are looking for all the grants. I'm sure many of you are aware, but we are going to be replacing the water main along Donald Avenue from Topher to Stevens Drive. And that is going to be commencing on Monday, February 10th. All of the neighbors have been given notice, and there was a meeting to discuss that. So if you're in that area starting February 10th, you might want to just bypass that. And that's all the good news I have for tonight. Thank you.
Good news. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the city manager? Next, we're gonna go to the finance director, Mr. Blum.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, I've spoken enough tonight, so if you have questions, shoot away.
Any questions for the finance director?
No.
Very thorough. We got
City attorney,
Thank you,
Mr. Albright.
Madam Mayor, members of council. I only had one item this evening, and that's regarding the show cause hearing that's scheduled for the next council meeting beginning at 6 p.m. Notices have gone out for the properties. There will be 7 properties that evening. Those include 22414 Boulder, 22020 Cushing, 22743 Cushing, 22114 Lambrick, 22816 Lambrick, 15727 Semrau, and 16884 Topher. The purpose of the meeting will give the property owners an opportunity to give a reason why they have not brought their properties into compliance. And again, those meetings, that meeting is scheduled to begin at 6 o'clock on February 18th, and it is open to the public. I also have been in contact with Ms. Van Haren, and she's going to be providing our office with a new list of properties to be scheduled for dangerous building hearings, which is the initial step in combating blight here in the city. Those hearings are also conducted here at the city. And the council's in receipt of our monthly status report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Albright.
You're welcome.
Any questions, council? Moving along to new business. Item A, approval of hourly rate charges for city engineer. And I believe we do this every year, Mr. Blum?
Correct. We used to do a 3-year contract and that at a fixed amount. They now do an annual inflation increase.
Sure. Mayor, I'll make a motion then that we approve the 2020-2021 hourly rate charges as presented on January 23rd, 2020 by Anderson, Eckstein, and Westrick Incorporated with an effective date of July 1, 2020.
I'll support.
Moved and supported. Call the roll, please.
Councilperson DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilperson Lucido?
Yes.
Councilperson Baker?
Yes.
Councilperson Curley?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes. Next item B, approval of agreement for Macomb County Animal Control Services. Director Rohit, can you talk to us about this, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. This is a standard annual contract that we sign with the county, Macomb County Animal Control. It's more or less nothing but a fee schedule that's based on specific services. Since we enhanced our program, our costs have gone down dramatically, but they still offer services. This is a standard contract that goes to all the communities that take advantage of the services. So the city attorney has had the opportunity to review it, and it's basically the same as almost last year's contract. So
even though we opened up our own kennel, we still need their service in addition,
yes,
just in case?
we only hold animals here typically 4 days. After the 4th day, we ship them up to the county. But what our animal control officer does is he networks very well with other animal groups, and usually we can place like a dog in foster care, and that's what saves us the money. So, but once in a while we have to go to the county and we get charged.
Do you have a price on how much we saved opening our own kennel last year compared to not having one?
Well, it's only been open for a few months, but I certainly can provide you that if once it's open. I like to give it at least six months to a year.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Well, and if I'm not mistaken, and I did my, it's the exact same agreement as last time.
Yeah, it is.
So they didn't increase prices on us. That's nice.
Can I get a
I think you were
motion?
gonna motion.
Madam Mayor, I motion to approve the agreement for the Macomb County Animal Control Services and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary documents related to this agreement.
Support.
Moved and supported. Call the roll, please.
Councilperson Lucido?
Yes.
Councilperson DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilperson Curley?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes.
Councilperson Baker?
Yes.
Next item is the adoption of resolution number 1897, 2020 through 2024, Recreation Master Plan.
Madam Mayor, I motion to adopt resolution number 20, is there a number on there? 1897, approving the 2024 Recreational Authority of Roseville and Eastpointe, RARE, the City of Eastpointe and the City of Roseville, 3-part recreation master plan.
Support.
Moved and supported. Call the roll, please.
I think Rob should get it for having been on the commission.
Yeah.
The support.
All right.
Baker?
Sorry,
Yes.
Harvey.
Support.
We'll give
Give
it
it
to
to
Rob. Councilperson Lucido?
Yes.
Councilperson Baker?
Yes.
Councilperson Curley?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes.
Councilperson DeMonico?
Yes.
Next item D, reappointment of Joseph Marucci to the Recreation Authority of Roseville and Eastpointe Board of Trustees.
Madam Mayor, I motion to approve the reappointment of Joseph Marucci to the RARE Board of Trustees for the 3-year period beginning January 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2022.
Support.
Moved and supported. Call the roll, please.
Councilperson Lucido?
Yes.
Councilperson Baker?
Yes.
Councilperson Curley?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes.
Councilperson DeMonico?
Yes.
Next item E, selection of bricks and mortar project for 2020 Community Development Block Grant Program. Mr. Marucci, did you want to talk on this? I know you've been talking all night.
Only a little bit that,
Overview.
as I mentioned earlier, the CDBG program was revamped this year to where every community has a potential of getting $150,000 for bricks and mortar, and then a fixed amount varying on population with respect to the nonprofit groups. So the amount that we hope to apply for is $150,000. Well, we'll apply for is $150,000. Jose Abraham, Steve Pangor, and myself came up with this list of streets that we recommend. These are all twos. They need to be done, and reconstruction is is the appropriate way to do them. So you have what the cost estimate is. So the CDBG would only be paying half, a third, depending on which streets are chosen. We do not recommend Roxana Park just because we could only obtain potentially about $112,000. So we recommend stick to a street, and it seems like those are unending.
I had a question for you. Why don't we ever try to do Rain Park? That's one of the smallest parks. Why we haven't tried to put at least some benches or something to improve it? That's one of the smallest parks in Eastpointe. I don't know. It's houses that live directly across the street.
Which one?
Rain Park right here.
Oh, Rain. I didn't hear the name of the park.
Sorry, yeah, Rain Park. I mean, that's one of the smallest, simplest. Throw some, chairs and benches, something.
I don't disagree in the Parks Commission either, and that's one of the items that in the master plan about all the improvements of the parks. Some are as small as picnic tables and benches.
Okay, thank you. Council?
To me, it does, I think all three of those streets need to be redone, so I'm any one of them.
Yeah, well, I think we should just pick whichever one the city thinks is in the worst condition, as opposed to us picking a particular one.
Yeah, whichever.
Well, we're glad to do that, and we will do that accordingly.
Okay.
And all of those are twos?
2 are twos and one's a three.
Okay.
And 2 are threes.
If I could comment on two of them here, though, the Wilmot one, Empire to Holland, is very, very small. It seems like a bigger one would be a better idea. And then
Our hope was to wrap that in with Holland, Wilmot to Roslyn. That's why they're shown. That's why our recommendation is do both, and that way you go around the corner and down the street.
Oh.
So it's a much bigger project. But I agree. To do that one, you would do both.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense now. And then Collinson, I think, is in good shape, that part. I think we did patching there, at least it seemed like.
Well, I don't think if we did patch, we shouldn't have, but I don't think we did patch. It's the east 575 feet.
Yeah, I
that
drove
portion
that, and it was pretty decent shape. But I mean, again, I get,
We will make a recommendation to the city manager, and she will choose.
Sounds good.
She'll do it.
I'll support that motion.
What street do you guys choose?
Whatever they think is the worst street.
Whatever they want.
Administration chooses the worst street.
Well, it could be the worst street, but we still have to look at the price. So, and I think that's up to council. Because the prices are $450,000, $347,000. So that's up to us to decide. So I think we need to choose a street.
Is the second one, do we need to add both of the numbers for that Holland and
Yes,
Wilmot one, Joe?
that's what that project would cost.
So 497.
I think it's 497.
So it'd be 450 or 497 then.
So you're talking about the third one, talking about Wilmot to Highland and also Highland to Roslyn, those two projects? Or no?
Yeah, the second and third lines are one project because, as Joe pointed out to me, they obviously touch each other, or well, they're right by each other, so they'd be like one project.
I'll make a motion. Madam Mayor, I motion to approve the submittal of Roxana Street reconstruction project as the city's brick and mortar project for the funding of the Macomb County 2020 Community Development Block Grant Program. And just real quick, I picked that one. We have a brand new park there. We should replace it.
That's fine.
You said Roxana Street, north to Samara?
Yep. Let's do it.
I changed my mind. I'll support it, sure.
And we only get 150,000?
Regardless of project, potentially no more than, you will get absolutely no more than 150,000, regardless of the project.
I wouldn't support that, but go ahead. You got a motion and support, call the roll.
I have the motion by Lucido, supported by Curley. Is that correct?
Sure.
All right. Councilperson Lucido?
Yes.
Councilperson Curley?
Yes.
Mayor Owens? Councilperson Baker?
Yes.
Councilperson DeMonico?
Yes.
Next item on the agenda is receive and file the Johnston Street Water Main final report.
Madam Mayor, I would move that we receive and file the final report on the Johnson Street Water Main project dated January 15, 2020.
Support.
Moved and supported, please call the roll.
Councilperson Curley?
Yes.
Councilperson DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilperson Baker?
Yes.
Councilperson Lucido?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes. Next item is the second reading and adoption of amendments to Chapter 46, Article 3, Division 6 of the Code of Ordinances pertaining to storm and water standards. Did you want to go over this, Mr. Albright, a little bit?
Madam Mayor, this was before the council back in December of 2019, and the description is laid out in the summary and what this is doing. It's already been through a first reading. It was not in ordinance form when it went through the first reading, so the version that was before the council back in December is the first version, which is attached to the summary. Our office has gone ahead and put in an ordinance form which follows after that, so that is the ordinance that would be approved here tonight up for second reading.
Council?
Sounds good. I'll motion to give second reading to and adopt ordinance number 1181, which amends Chapter 46, Article 3, Division 6 of the Code of Ordinances pertaining to stormwater standards.
Support.
Moved and supported, please call the roll.
Councilperson DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilperson Baker?
Yes.
Councilperson Lucido?
Yes.
Councilperson Curley?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes. We took the item H off, appointments to boards and commissions. We're gonna come back because we had so many applicants, and we are so happy about that. We'll be reviewing that, and hopefully we can get some new people on the commission, and also being thankful for those who have served on the commission for so many years. But it's time to give new ideas and new innovative changes to the commission. So please, if you want to bring in new applications, submit them online or bring them in. Next item is ethics ordinance, and that was brought to by Councilman DeMonico. And I guess the question is, what's wrong with the one that has been working for the last 100 years? And also...
Well, maybe the fact that it's 100 years.
Yeah. And I think it was just updated in 2011 by Suzanne Pixley. So she probably just amended a couple things. But
I think that's when it was created.
I think Suzanne, if you go back, Suzanne updated in 2011, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, Don.
No, I thought that's when it was created.
Oh, that's when she
altogether.
created it?
I
Well,
don't believe there was anything.
That wasn't that long ago then.
It was updated in 2011.
Okay,
It was updated.
That was the last revision.
Okay. Well, the document, let's see, where's my, document I shared last time had like 7 different reasons. One, like the ethics board's not even described in the ordinance, so I don't know how we even create an ethics board. And then there were the various other ideas I had. And all I wanted to do today was then to see if city council was interested in just creating like a temporary committee to propose an ordinance to city council, just to talk about these various items. And so that was all I was planning on talking about today.
I think I like the one that said, me having a background in being a police officer, I teach ethics. I've been taught ethics as well as Director Rohit. I know about ethics probably more than anybody up here, being a police officer. So does Councilman Curley, and I read through it, and it looks pretty much okay to me. I also teach criminal justice at the school, so I teach the code of ethics, and I don't know if no one can tell a police officer more ethical behavior. Also, the lawyer, policing, and the veteran, I think we have more experience of ethics than anybody. So me looking at this, I think it's fine. I talked to other lawyers about this. They think it's fine. I don't know why we bring it to the table. And, I mean, it's been working. I think we have ethical people up here. Been doing pretty good, so.
Well, how do we enforce it, I guess is my, I don't think it's ever been
Have we had to ever use it?
enforced. Well, I don't know if we ever have had to, but how would we not, if we did need to? There's like no way to enforce it,
I
really.
think we enforce it by, the city manager has been enforcing it. If we have problems with the ethics, with people that work for the city, we have addressed it before with the city manager, correct? With your experience, you have corrected it as a city manager if something happens and things like that. I think me being a council person for a couple years and working with Mr. DeMonico when we had problems ethically, we talked to the attorney and we talked to the city manager and we handle it
Internally.
internally.
Well, sure, if there is something that can be handled, I guess like you're talking about, we handle it. But I guess the two, in that document I submitted, the first two things, like the county enforces it, like us, one of Karen Spranger's aides was fined $200 by the Macomb Ethics Board for a lynching remark. And then the Macomb Drain Commissioner was fined for an ethics violation also. Anthony Morocco was fined $125 for inappropriate use of a county facility. So right now, I don't think we have any way to do something like that, and I was just proposing that we have some way to do something like that.
I understand, but I'm just thinking, we have so many other things we have to think about as far as if something is working, why fix it? We need to be working on the lead pipes. We need to be working on the streets. We need to be working on the safety of our community. And I don't think fixing something that's not broken, I think the residents want us to be working on the lead pipes and what their drinking water.
Madam Mayor, if you don't mind, I do agree with you. That is a priority. I do think our ethics policy is 9 years old, and it does need to be updated. I do agree with Mr. DeMonico. I think there's some things in there that aren't that need to be added to it that just don't exist in the policy right now. And there's some things that need to be updated, like the fact that it says we have an ethics board and we don't. So we need to clarify those things in our ethics policy. I don't think the financial cost of this would be that great. I know that financially, obviously, lead pipes and roads are way more expensive. I know it would take some of Mr. Albright's time to actually compose the ethics ordinance, but I think ultimately, for me, I would want it to be volunteers to work on this, not, a ton of paid staff, so.
I think we pay Mr. Albright good enough to do that.
This actually is something that would come out of the general monthly retainer.
Okay.
So there is an additional hourly fee that would go into either attending meetings or preparing an ordinance.
Have you looked, I know you looked over it before because you've been with the city of Eastpointe for a while. I know Ms. Lucido mentioned adding something. What were you?
Well, there were some things that Mr. DeMonico brought up, and I don't have his sheet with me, but I know there was some, like, limitations on, like, gifts we can receive and things like that, that I think should be addressed in our ethics ordinance, because there isn't anything. And I know, like, me personally, like, one time I was out and someone tried to give me just an item of face cream. It was $50 value, and I wasn't sure if I was ethically allowed to take it. So we had something clearer in our ethics policy. You know what I'm saying? So we know the difference on what's appropriate. And, right now, we could sit up here and decide and agree on something mutually, but if we have it in writing, I feel like for future generations of council, then it'll be more clear.
I think if you're gonna do the right thing while somebody's watching or not watching, you're gonna do the right thing. I don't think something needs to be written and always, I think this is good enough, what we already have in place. If you didn't think it was ethical to take that, I don't know why would somebody give you hand cream or a face cream. I don't know what that situation was about. I don't know what they're trying to get out of you.
It was a business that was, trying to promote their products, and so, that's why they were giving it to me to try. But even like, okay, like Mr. Erie always gives us a small gift at Christmas of like cookies or something. I think there just needs to be clarity, because I don't want there to ever be anyone that can come back and say, well, this person is taking this or taking that, so.
Yeah, I remember I talked with Councilman DeMonico once, and he said, like, it can even be something as simple as somebody, you go to a vendor fair or whatever, somebody give you an ink pen and it looks like we're receiving gifts or something.
Right.
So I can understand it on that level, just so that it's clear and, you know, we know that it's nothing wrong. It's not a bribe to take an ink pen. I mean, we all use them, but for something like that, okay, what is the amount so that if someone questions or if someone thinks that there's some kind of impropriety, no, ethically, we're allowed to take an ink pen. You know, I get it. It should be simple, like you say, but, you know, there's always a person somewhere to say, oh, you took an ink pen. Oh, you took a box of cookies. So, unfortunately, we live in a world where we kind of have to do that. So, I'm not disagreeing with you, but it's kind of like, okay, this is just for that one particular person that may just look to point a finger. Because, you know, they exist. So, that's all.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, sir.
We just accepted a pen, so come on. Having not sat here for 20 years, and there was a 2011, I would like to get a copy of it. But there ought to be something in there, a limit of what you can receive as a gift. I mean.
Yeah, that's in for example, Congress has a $50 limit. So actually, I donated Eastpointe to our congressman, and they had to make sure it was they were charging $30 for it, and they have the $50 rule, so we were all set there. And Congress sounds like they have a pretty robust policy from what I was reading.
Well, it's all has to do with being transparent, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
All has to do with being transparent. And if we add something in that paragraph about a limit of what you can take, then I think we ought to take a look at it. And I don't necessarily mean that we need to, I don't know how you're going to do that. I mean, you suggested one or two council people and somebody from administration and a citizens, but maybe we can, take a look at it and, maybe it's a no-brainer to add one paragraph.
I think it's important, I mean, just to have the whole thing reviewed, and I think having some residents involved, it would be an asset, because I don't think we should just be necessarily developing it, because it is affecting us, so I think having residential input would be.
So are you saying the fox shouldn't guard the hen house?
That's a good way to put it.
I think some residents saw some of this and was wondering, because I think you've been a councilwoman for how long now?
This is my 5th year.
And you have been a councilman for how long?
A little bit longer.
A little bit longer, and now you want to address it. So I'm wondering where it came from, because it's kind of looking.
Well, I talked about it for the whole last year. It was on.
Yeah, I was just wondering because you've been on council for 6, but also I want to also know. Okay.
Oh, no, when you get a chance.
Okay.
I'd like to speak.
Okay, and so also a lot of times when you do get gifts and you're not sure the financial report that you get from the clerk's office. So if you feel funny about getting cookies or an ink pen, you can put that on your financial report for transparency, because just because you get, the limit is $50, we don't really know it's $50 just because it's written down. That is why sometimes when I get stuff, most of the time, I put it on my financial report. That's showing transparency, because I don't know what a person is giving you just because it's listed as ethics ordinance. So,
I just want to address, well, for me, it's not really me feeling funny. I don't ever feel funny about getting cookies, but you can give me cookies anytime. But it's really just for transparency to the residents. That's really all it is. It's, we know that it's not a bribe or something inappropriate, but it's really just to say, hey, if they ask, we have an answer. If they say, hey, what's on paper, because people do that. So, especially serving on a Parks Commission and just interacting with different people like you all do, people ask unique questions sometimes, and it's just easy and smooth if we have just say, hey, it's right here on paper, so that's it. But I never feel funny about cookies or food or lunch or anything, so yeah, I'm already hungry.
You're hungry.
I just think we need to look at it, and playing golf at Oakland Hills is out of the question, right?
So, if you don't mind, Madam Mayor, you had asked a question earlier. Councilman DeMonico did bring this up, I think it was about a year ago, But with the change in administration and everything, I kind of think it just kind of got pushed to the back burner. So that's why we're bringing it up again.
Ms. Doom, can you speak on this, please?
Yes, I'd be happy to. When I first came on board, I read the ethics ordinance immediately, just to acquaint myself with it. And it did strike me in some ways as not being as clear as I would have liked to have seen it. I'm accustomed to, in my past experiences working for communities, there's often a dollar limit. So that there isn't a worry about accepting cookies that are delivered to the office. And so reading it, it was so, to me, it was a little bit vague in some areas and yet extremely strict in others, where if you interpret it as you read it, you can't take that ink pen. That's unethical. And it concerned me because, as I mentioned earlier, I was at conference, and a former engineering firm that is a competitor of ours, but friends, invited me to a sponsored dinner, and I declined because according to our ethics ordinance, I cannot accept the invitation, although this gentleman was an engineering firm that I worked with for a number of years in Wayne County. But to read our ethics ordinance, I violated our ethics. So that kind of clarity would be really helpful to us, to, have a understanding that there are times that perhaps we're in a convention and a vendor isn't taking us, like me personally, out to dinner to woo me for a new contract, but as a courtesy is inviting all of their clients to have lunch with them or dinner as a thank you for the entire year. When I read our ethics ordinances, it doesn't address anything like that. And so I did decline because I certainly don't want to violate. I would have liked to go to dinner with him. But on a positive note, he thinks our engineering firm here is excellent, and gave me a thumbs up on that. We have a really good engineering firm here. So they're colleagues, but, those kind of things would be helpful for all of us because we don't want to violate ethics anyway. Brian, also, we had some invitations that would have put us in a violation, and we certainly don't want to go down that road.
No.
So, I'd be happy also to sit with our attorney and give input on my experiences and what we've utilized in the past. And, if maybe an ad hoc committee would be a good thing, a fresh set of eyes to take a look at the language. Is it too strict? Is it too vague? What concerns me about the ethics is basically there's a perception of unethical behavior. What is perception? We're all individual. We have different perceptions. That kind of language, I think, would be beneficial to have that just kind of spelled out a little bit more and have a good guideline for us to go forward with. And then again, might take a look at it and say, you know what, it's fine the way it is. Don't improve it. Don't do anything with it. But it certainly wouldn't hurt to take another look at it, because occasionally I'd like to go out for dinner. Not for me personally, but in a group setting, it'd be nice to connect with colleagues.
Yeah, that makes sense. Any other takes on it, anybody?
Well, if not, I guess then I'd like to propose a motion then, just motion we create a ethics ordinance ad hoc committee with, I'd suggest 2 council members and 3 members of the public, where we could just open up, plenty, as we saw, plenty of residents had checked off the Board of Ethics on their board and commission form. So we could even give them a call, but I'd say 2 council members, 3 members of the public. Mr. Albright, you'd be good to have, and then I guess I'd say it'd just be, well, let me back up. The 2 council members and 3 members of the public would be like the voting members of this little ad hoc committee to suggest an ordinance back to council. And then we'd have Mr. Albright there, and I'd say anyone Miss Doom would like to see there, Mr. Blum or something, if we have a finance question or something, but that could just be as needed or something.
Well, I see on here, this was just a discussion. I don't know why we're making a motion. This was just a discussion to first review what we already have. I don't know if all of council reviewed the ethics ordinance yet. Mr. Baker, Mr. Councilman Crowley?
No, as I just said, I I haven't been here for 20 years. I haven't seen the ethics. That's why I want a copy of it.
I think we should review what we have first and give us a chance to review things first and not jump to conclusions. Let Mrs. Doom review it. Again, and
I don't need any time, I'm hearing a discussion that there's nothing in there about the limit of gifts you can take. Am I correct?
yeah, but you haven't.
So that in itself, we need to form that committee and let them take a look at that. There's no point in delaying this if we're all agreeing that it needs to be looked at.
Yeah, this isn't any official action. This committee would just report something back to council. Could be nothing. Could be 1 or 2 changes. Could be 10 changes. Whatever the committee comes up with.
I don't know, because this is just like I said, a discussion only, and I would hate to go to one place and council hasn't read. Majority of council hasn't even read the ordinance. It looks like, how do we recreate an ordinance if we haven't read the one that's in front of us?
Well, I
It's
can
bad
still
decision
make,
making.
I can still make a motion, and if people don't vote for it, they don't vote for it. Even if it says discussion only in the packet, anyone can make a motion at any time.
I'm
As
just
long as
saying,
there's
Ken,
not
I'm just
another
saying
motion.
you didn't put it on here, that's what I'm saying. To make a motion, it's like you bring it up and then,
Apologize on that.
so you wanna make a motion to redo the ordinance, or you wanna make a motion to add a committee?
Let me, sorry, let me get back to my note here. I'd just like to motion to make an ethics ordinance ad hoc committee with 2 council members, 3 members of the public that we can receive, we'll continue to receive apps for as we have. Some have checked it off already, till the next meeting. So I guess this committee wouldn't be formed until next meeting then, when we pick those 3 members of the public. And then those are the 5 voting members of the ad hoc committee, and then Mr. Albright be there, and anyone that Ms. Doom or Mr. Blum, if we need anybody, if the committee has any questions or anything, they could go to them. That would be my motion.
But this isn't clear on how many members of the public. It's not telling us where you got this idea from with the number of council members or administration. It looked like you made this up. I
did
wanna
make
know.
this up.
You did?
This is my idea. I mean,
I don't know, but I wanna.
Support that motion, by the way. Go ahead, now you can finish the conversation.
So
Sorry.
I just picked 2 council members, so it's not just 1, and we can't have 3, or else then, we have to have a public meeting. I just figured this is just gonna be a proposal that comes back to council for a public meeting.
How many members of the public, though?
3.
I think he said 3.
You said 3.
Yeah, you said 3.
Yeah, I just figured 3, so they can outvote the 2 council members for the proposal back to us, so it's not the Fox Garden, the hen house. Obviously, city council has to approve the end ordinance, but at least then we can get a proposal that is a majority resident input coming back to us.
And then with the 3 members of the public, what kind of background do you want? Because usually, I would like to see members of the public that have ethics experience, like law enforcement.
I wouldn't, for my motion, I wouldn't put any, requirements, but I mean, obviously, that would be
I would like
positive.
Yeah, I would like a member of the public to have law enforcement. Also, a lawyer that, members of the public have a law degree.
I think that, I mean, when we
point
get
of-
the applications, we can have that discussion.
Point of order. First of all, we're spending too damn much time on this thing. Secondly, if the maker of the motion has got a motion, and if it's seconded, that's what it's going to be. I would choose anybody out there as a citizen to be on that committee, and I'm not going to ask you if you're a lawyer or if you work for an ethics company. They're decent they're decent citizens who can read the ethics policy and say, hey, what about Harvey? He can't go to Oakland Hills and play golf. We need to put some financial limits in it. I don't think we need to add anything more than what Councilman has already suggested?
I disagree, especially, that was an insult to me as a mayor as
you
well,
you can-
cursing and all
You
that
have
other
a right to
stuff.
disagree, that's not a problem.
Yeah, on your conduct.
But you can't, what?
You curse, you said.
I didn't hear what you said.
On your conduct
You're
just
gonna
now.
start that again?
I am.
And the first meeting, you
Yes, okay.
accused me of doing
Okay,
something?
thank you, ex-mayor.
Well, thank you.
Also, just like any other commission, we have different backgrounds. That's for like planning commission. We ask people to have background in construction and real estate and things like that. And so that's why the members of this commission, I would ask them to have the same. You can't do one commission and not do the other one and ask for requirements. If you ask for an arts commission, you want them to have background in arts and et cetera, just like you would a planning commission, just like you would parks and any other commission. So for you not to add this and members of the public of this one to have those same backgrounds, now there's no transparency in this, and you want to do ethics.
Madam Mayor, if you don't mind, I believe in our other commissions, we don't have any requirements. Anyone can apply, but when we're making those appointments, not to say that we don't take that into consideration, because we always try to pick the candidates that are going to be the most qualified or beneficial to the commission, and that's why how we appoint them. But I don't think that any of I could be wrong, but I don't know if any of our boards or commissions actually have requirements.
I think the planning and some do. I have the paperwork right here.
Maybe
Find
the
it.
Construction Board of Appeals.
The Construction Board of
maybe?
Review does, yes.
Ex
But
construction
other than that,
assessment.
I can't think of one.
The assessment board has one.
Put anyone on assessment.
Planning commission has one.
What's planning commissions?
I think construction, I don't have it right in front of me. I know you've been on a planning commission.
Yeah, I don't remember that's why I'm questioning it, because I think about the members on there, what it is.
Yeah, I believe some. Zoning has some. Construction Board of Appeals.
Yeah, I know.
Right here, I'm reading, Construction Board of Appeals should have 5 members, 1 licensed contractor, 1 professional architect, 1 professional engineer, and 2 alternate members as well.
Yeah, just ZBA. I mean, I was on ZBA. I'm not any sort of planning expert.
Were you the liaison?
No, I was a member before being on council,
Oh, okay.
like 2012 to whenever I was appointed to council, 14.
Oh, okay.
I don't believe that planning commission has any, I mean,
No.
I was on that commission and I.
It's recommended, but it's not.
Yeah, it's not
Oh,
necessary.
it's recommended? Okay.
So, I mean, and I'm fine with, making that recommendation. Hopefully those people do apply that have that background for when we
Yeah.
appoint those people.
Yeah, so that'd be a recommendation to have ethics background and a law degree, law enforcement, and et cetera.
Yeah, and the 3 wouldn't be selected till next meeting. So,
Right.
and we'd discuss it then.
Sounds good to me.
I'd like to have a motion read back before we vote.
All right.
I'd like to know exactly what it says, please.
Yeah, I'd like to motion to create an ethics ordinance ad hoc committee with 2 city council members, 3 members of the public, which will be selected next meeting. And I guess we can select the 2 council members next meeting also. And those would be the 5 voting members of the ad hoc committee, which their goal would be to come up with potential modifications to our current ethics ordinance and then propose an ordinance change to the full city council. And then we would have Mr. Albright at the meetings of this committee, and then anyone that Ms. Doom or Mr. Blum designates, and if the commission, the committee feels like they need them.
And on the citizens, there's no prerequisite. It could just be a citizen. Is that what your motion says?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, all of them can be a citizen, but we said we might recommend that. they
Is there a
have
did somebody second that yet?
Yeah, I already seconded
I
it.
call for the motion.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilperson DeMonico,
Yes.
Councilperson Lucido,
Yes.
Councilperson Curley,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
No.
Councilperson Baker.
Yes.
Next item is payrolls and bills.
Madam Mayor, I motion to pay the bills in the amount of $3,147,957.74.
Support.
Moved and supported, please call the roll.
Councilperson Lucido,
Yes.
Councilperson Baker,
Yes.
Councilperson Curley,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilperson DeMonico.
Yes.
This is second session opening for the hearing of the public. Anybody would have anything to say?
Good
Yes,
evening.
sir. Good evening.
Oliver Gant, resident, business owner.
Hold on 1 second, let me, time you,
Okay.
Mr. Gant, I'm sorry. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Resident, business owner. I'm listening to this discussion about these ethics. I'm a paralegal, and I'm also teaching a business ethics class at WC3. I mean, just listening to this, the question for me is what brought this about? That's what needed to be brought out. What brought out the questioning of the ethics to where you feel there needs to be a change? Just put it on the floor. It doesn't make sense. Who's telling on themselves about receiving gifts? Seriously, who's concerned? With respect to this ethics committee ad hoc that you want to put together, as a paralegal and as one teaching a business ethics class and a citizen and business owner, I'm putting it out there that I want to be one of the individuals on that committee. So we make that a matter of record. What brought about the need for a change to the ethics? What is the breach? Who breached? Put that on the floor. That's all I'm saying. That was a lot of time wasted. For what? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Darius Marshall again. I too want to speak on the ethics, but, and then something else at the end. I'll piggyback on what I originally came up here, when I first came up here. So, I like to say I get the concern about there not being a need for changing of the ethics. But when you look at other cities, let's just come out of the Eastpointe for a minute. Look at other cities and some of the unethical practices that's been in existence. It's only natural to think that there could be reasons for changing or reviewing it. For example, like Great Lake Water Authority, they implemented something a year or so ago that they changed their ethics process. They put people in place. They can't accept gifts. They have new rules, new regulations, and stuff like that. If major companies such as that or major cities need to change because mayors have been corrupt and stuff like that, not to say that that's the case here. You know, I'm just saying maybe, just maybe, there is a reason to at least start a committee to review it. You may find as a committee yourselves, a council, that you may not even need to change one thing about it. But I personally feel like it's a good idea to keep an open mind about hiring or voting in a new and different mayor, right? I think that it's a good idea to add innovation to the city, right? I also think that it's a good idea to piggyback on my idea for providing cameras for the police officers. I think that they need it for safety purposes, and the citizens need it for safety purposes. I know they already went over their budget. I know they already making some changes. But what's really important is that we start to, and I love this dynamic you guys got going. We're a family city, right? And you guys just did what families do, kind of worked it out, you know? And I love it, you know, get upset at the end of the day, but we pull it back together. And so I just want to say thank you for allowing me to
30
come
seconds, ma'am.
to this public podium. Give it a chance, have a little open mind about it, and let's just see what happens. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tawanda, and I'd just like to make a statement regarding the ethics. I do agree that that should be even more transparency. It should be looked at. However, I do think when it goes to choosing 3, and I'm not sure how that number 3 came about. Should it be 3? Should it be 5? Should it be 7? And if you're going to ask an individual citizen, even if it was myself, I don't necessarily know about ethics. I learned it in college. I don't specialize in it. So why would I want to have any input in it when I really don't know exactly what I'm talking about? So I think when it comes to choosing someone, they should have some type of background that has to do with ethics. That only makes sense. That's like asking a child to do something they've never done before, but you expect them to get it right. And so that's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Steven Savage, Eastpointe resident. And actually, when I came up here today, because I had written down the things the ethics committee, for when Cardi had brought it up at the previous meeting, I never heard you guys bring it up again. And I do think it's a good idea. But I don't think that being a police officer or a lawyer deems you as a person that can make an ethical decision, because I have a bachelor's of accounting. Accountants have to follow ethical rules. I mean, there's business ethics, professional ethics, there's all different kinds of ethics. It's just not police officers enforcing the law that determines ethics. So I don't think, but I really don't think anybody should be included, because the definition of ethics is a set of moral principles, especially ones relating to or affirming to a specific group, field, or form of conduct. But that's in the sense of a college course. The Webster Dictionary says moral principles that govern a person's behavior or the conducting of an activity. I'm pretty sure everybody could read something and determine whether that's moral or it's not, unless you're an immoral person. That's my opinion on reading a law that says you're only allowed to take a pencil if it has a broken eraser, but you can't take this one that someone's trying to give you. And the second thing I wanted to bring up is a communication policy within the city. I don't know if you guys have one or not, but when I was calling about the lead pipe thing, I was getting so many different stories that like everybody wasn't on the same page. So I don't know if that's something the city has or they don't, but I think like a way for them all to be informed before they go out and speak to the public, that they're giving out the proper information, or that everyone's on the same page ahead of time. That's pretty much where I'm at on those two subjects. And there was something else I might say, but I was saying.
30 seconds, sir. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Council, totally different venue. I'm a member of Southeast PACE. I'm one of the participants that's going to move into the new facility on 10 Mile Road. We need a place to garden. We've all been talking about it, the ones that garden with Southeast PACE. So if you can find a little space for us to grow some food, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak? Yes, Mr. Creech.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. The gentleman who I precede, let's put it that way, he was quite sufficient in saying the same thing about our website. I've asked so many, I don't have a computer. I went to college. I've been an official. I've had some kind of a moral background, I hope, in foreseeing a lot of things that I'm looking at right now. And as I said therein too, as I say, as far as ethics, I discussed this over 2 years ago. This is nothing new. This is not a new thing that's been brought up. I said, put it down in writing, and it's that simple. You know, as I said before too, me being a union official, I dealt with a contract, I dealt with bylaw, I dealt with all of this. I got a chance to go to a lot of meetings and met a lot of people. And I say, you know, it depends on how far you want to go, how far you want to take this. But I'm with the council. I'm saying, put it down in black and white. If you step over the line, you break your neck. It wasn't that hard, because when they put it to us, it was pretty simple. You know, when I was in the union, you didn't step over the line. Because if you did, you know, being official is an official. And I took mine at heart. And that's what I said right now. I am, you know, on a committee through the city right now, and I take that at heart. I signed an ethics before I could join that committee. I'm not about to go out about it. If a person comes to me, it's not right, it's not right. I know I say a lot of things that hurt a lot of people, but I believe everything I say. If I didn't believe it, I wouldn't say it. And especially, everybody knows me by now. I'm that honest. And I'm that forthcoming. And I'm saying, I agree with, I would love to be on this committee, but I got a funny feeling I probably won't be. I'm not prejudiced. I'm far from being prejudiced. But right is right and wrong is wrong. And if anybody knows me, I think the committee up there and the council knows what I'm talking about. And I think the residents know me by now too. You know, if you got something to say, this is where to say it. And I personally think the same difference about it. I think you should have this committee, and I think it should be brought forth. But this isn't the first time I've said it. You know, I love it. I say you can go back in the records and bring down anything. And I bring everything out in perspective, because that way no one can come behind me and say somebody slammed the door. I don't want to turn around and have somebody in my face because they give me something. I don't want to turn around and say, you know, you got this, you got that. No. If you've got nothing to hide, anybody, the same difference about it. Anybody who sits up there should have no box or no skeleton in their closet. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
And thanks, Council.
3 minutes again, Mr. Creech.
He's finally got it down.
Yeah, he's so used to coming up, he's got it like a science.
Jeff Lubeck, lifetime Eastpointe resident, and I'm having a little issue with deja vu all over again here tonight. At the earlier meeting, we heard that we need money for a ladder truck. The regular meeting, we heard we need money for roads. Harvey, you've got to be feeling the same way. I think it was 1997, the council put 2 millages on the ballot. One to replace the ladder truck, the other one for roads. One millage passed, the other failed. I believe that millage back then was a 20-year millage for $500,000 to rebuild the roads in Eastpointe. It failed. 23 years later, almost $5 million to repair the roads. I don't think that's going to pass.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to speak? Anybody else?
Sylvia Moore, Eastpointe resident. Now, I'm only coming from experience, so I never served on an ethics committee or anything like that. However, I did work at Wayne State University, and I went from being in a union all my life to being in management in non-union. I watched how we went through an ethics moment in life. When I worked for my department, the rules didn't matter in management. We could go out with anybody, we can go anywhere, we can get anything. Gifts was given to our whole department, laid out. We ate like the fat of the lamb. I gained 70 pounds. I mean, that's what we did. However, there was a different side if you were in the union side. So 2 women got fired because they took T-shirts from vendors. One woman, she had been there for 29 years, about to get her pension. All that was forfeited. On our side, I went to the athletics, Detroit Athletics Club for a dinner with a vendor that was allowed. People could go to sporting bars, they could go get box tickets, they could go golfing and have everything paid in my department. But in the other department, a lady got fired for a t-shirt. She started something about why is it only us who get written up for this and fired, but yet management can do this. They had to reevaluate everything, and everything changed. From the few years I was in where we were eating the fat of the lamb to the last couple of years before I left, you couldn't get a pen, a pencil. You couldn't go to a seminar and get a bag full of widgets and gadgets and gadgets that I used to take home to my kids. But it definitely changed. So, you know, there are times that things have to change. That did change. So everybody was across the board. Nobody got anything. And that way someone wasn't getting $10,000 worth of stuff and someone else was getting a $25 t-shirt.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Anyone else? Saying none, the second hearing of the public is closed. Now we are at mayor and council reports, starting with Councilman DeMonico.
Thanks, Mayor. First, urban seed. Yes, we have a place where you can grow some vegetables. I have some contact info for you here, even for, she runs it, if you want to just grab that. Her name's Peggy DiMercurio. Second, happy birthday to everyone on council, essentially. It's Mayor Pro Tem Lucido's birthday today, Councilman Baker yesterday, Councilman Curley Thursday, and then, 2 weeks from now, Mayor Owens? Something like that. So I guess they were all born in the wrong month and I was born in the right month. Let's see, if anyone wanted more information about roads, I posted the information I talked about that Governor Whitmer talked about, the different projects, and then a little about what we talked about today. CardyDemonico.com, it's right on the homepage, and then I also posted on Facebook. And about the container homes, again, of course, so 7 p.m. on Thursday, we'll have deja vu a little bit. Ford Fund and Habitat will be here again, and we'll talk about it a little more in depth. The Planning Commission will discuss it at that point instead of City Council. I'm really excited about it. I think it'll increase the diversity of housing stock in the city. And again, we are just talking two properties also. And again, this is like a process that's going to update over time. You know, we don't have they didn't have every single answer day one. We're starting to now. They're having renderings. You know, of course, things will happen over time. But if you do have any questions, please let us know. Of course, I think most of us watch Facebook and see those questions. So just keep asking the questions. And happy birthday to Rosa Parks today, too. It's also Rosa Parks' birthday, of course, who, started the Montgomery bus boycott by not moving on the bus, and it eventually turned into desegregation. So happy birthday to Rosa Parks. And then also, let's see, I think, just one more. So the ethics ordinance, I had been discussing it for like a year with various residents, had been on all my, literature running for office just now. So for at least a year, I'd been discussing with all kinds of people. And really, the first thing I can think of that made me think we need to change it is when we have Board of Ethics on our Board and Commission application. And I'm like, I don't think we've ever put the Board of Ethics together since I've been on City Council. So I think we need to fix that. I read the ordinance, and I think the word board comes up once or twice. It doesn't really even describe what it is. So I figured at least that, and then I read through it and came up with some more ideas. And I think as a few people alluded to it hearing the public, we've had plenty of problems just in our local area even, and I was trying to write a little more information and send it to council. I didn't come up with it by this meeting, but I mean more than 40 people have been indicted just in Macomb County in these last few years. I mean, we have Dean Reynolds, a Clinton Township trustee, doing 17 years right now for taking bribes. I mean, there's all kinds of examples. Well, there's 40 examples, and I think at least a handful. I think it's more than that were elected officials, and the others are contractors or whatnot, other people involved. So I think there's plenty of reason to revisit it. And again, it's just a ad hoc committee, but if you're interested, send in your board and commission app. If you haven't already and had Board of Ethics checked, turn it in, and, we'll discuss that again, of course, next meeting. And yeah, I think that's everything. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
So first of all, I'd like to take a moment to remind everyone that on February 8th, here at City Hall, the Arts Commission will be hosting their Cultural Spotlight event. And that goes from 1 to 3 p.m. There's going to be a lot of activities for the kids. There's going to be a reading done of Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech by a lot of great people from our community. And there's going to be a drum circle, and I think it'll be a really good time. Another thing I would like to let everyone know that on February 21st, the Lions Club is hosting an all-you-can-eat steak and shrimp dinner. If you're interested in purchasing tickets to that, you can contact Diane over at Clover Collision, which is in Eastpointe. I do not have the phone number offhand, so I just wanted to remind everyone of that event also. And then when it comes to the ethics policy, and one brief thing really quick. So every year, council is invited by Love Life Church to go to the Martin Luther King breakfast, and it's a great event. I mean, I absolutely love going. But every year, I will not accept the ticket. I always pay for my ticket because of our ethics policy. Now, I don't mind giving that money back to the church because I know that they are trying to do renovations on their church, and so that has really nothing to do with it, but it's just the idea for me personally to give me comfort where if someone does offer to buy me lunch, I don't feel guilty or like I shouldn't accept. So for me personally, that was my main reason for doing the ethics policy. That's all I have this evening.
Thank you. Councilman Baker.
Well, interesting, talking about ethics. I'm a union worker. I've been in my job nearly 20 years, about 19 and a half years, and that is a big thing. We have things where there's zero tolerance. So we have to practice a certain behavior. We have to interact a certain way. We have to know what we can do, what we can't do, what we can say, what we cannot say. So I think anytime you're trying to safeguard yourself or just avoid the appearance of doing something wrong, to me, it's no harm in doing it. Also, like I did at the last meeting, I say I always do a word of the day or something. Today, my words are honesty and transparency. And one thing that I did not do at the last meeting, I did not sign Code 22, and I had personal reasons for that. So I am very much in support of peace, nonviolence. That's something that I practice in my everyday life. But just to be honest with everyone, so everyone knows, I did not sign it, and that way there's no guessing or what have you. I didn't, and if you ask me why, I'll tell you, but it's not a knock against somebody promoting peace. There were my own personal reasons, and I'm all for peace and trying to interact with each other civilly. I think you can't have too much civility, with not only neighbors and residents, but just in the world. If I go from here to Detroit or to Roseville or as far as Novi, Wixom, I should be able to carry the same behavior, my same mindset anywhere that I go. I should be able to treat people with respect, and I should be able to get that same respect back. So if someone wants me to elaborate, but just for the sake of time, we've all been here long enough, I will discuss it later, but it is definitely not a knock against trying to be peaceful and nonviolent.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Councilman Curley.
Thank you. Just one item. If you live in Eastpointe, you've probably passed the old schoolhouse on 9 Mile Road thousands of times. It's probably the oldest building in Eastpointe that's being used. I think it was 1862, somewhere there that it was built. It desperately needs painting. And so I'm putting out the plea there that in the audience and people are watching on television, if you're a professional painter and your heart moves to paint the schoolhouse this spring or this summer, call former Mayor Suzanne Pixley. She's been involved with the schoolhouse for a very long time and totally dedicated to that with a lot of passion. So we need it painted. And it's a high thing, so it's going to require a lot of scaffolding. So, you know, a bunch of guys on the corner said, I'll paint it. I'm not sure they can do it. But maybe a professional painter can do it. Maybe you all know a professional painter that says, look, how would you like to be loved from the citizens of Eastpointe? So that's it. And thank you for coming in at the late hour. And I can't go to bed because we got a closed session, don't we? Ugh.
No, we tabled that. We tabled it.
We did.
That's the next time.
Put that on hold.
Look at that.
Tonight?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was probably hoping because I got to go to the bathroom. I'm done.
Thank you. I want to say happy birthday to Councilwoman Lucido, Councilman Curley, and Councilman Baker. Also, me and Councilman Curley, we was at, like I said, the Snowball with the Singers this past Saturday. We really had a ball. Also, a couple people in the audience came with me, and we had fun. The State of the City is February 26th. The Director, Rohib, will be speaking, also the Superintendent of Schools, and I will also be the keynote speaker there, talking about the 2020 vision of Eastpointe. Also, bringing up the ethics, I think it's a good idea. I just didn't think we had to really go through it. I think it's been working, but if you guys think so, I mean, power to you, you know. Always, you know, being careful in what you're doing. I think it's always important. Also, moving forward, we also want to maintain, we talk about ethics, and we talk about moving the city forward. I also want to talk about the word of the day for me, taking your pitch, is I want to say respect. The conduct that was up here earlier with me and Mr. Curley going back and forth is not what we want to show you. Because when Suzanne was up here, I don't believe that kind of language would have been spoken to Miss Pixley. And someone in the audience, when someone was speaking to her like that, check them. And so don't allow the same thing to happen to me. Because when you were the mayor, you wasn't spoken like that, and I asked for the same respect. And so because people are watching, and you don't treat one person different from the other. So we're going to talk about ethics, we're going to talk about God, and we're going to talk about respect. Everybody out there and God expects you to do that. So going forward, I want to close the session, close the meeting. Can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Please call the roll.
Councilperson Baker?
Yes.
Councilperson Lucido?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes.
Councilperson DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilperson Curley?
Meeting adjourned. Thank you. Almost 11 o'clock. I'm sleepy.
Yes.
Well, they do sponsoring and stuff, maybe they'd be willing to.
There is one more thing, like, I was gonna bring this up, but then you brought that. But, the park commission, or smaller parks, has mentioned.
Thank you.
Smaller parks. So if I were you, our parks meeting, give our commission, Mr. over there.
See how?